given responsibility over a large estate. Everything he needed was already built. The systems were in place, the wealth was established, and the opportunities were endless. All he had to do was manage it, and for a while, everything looked fine. From the outside, success continued, but slowly and quietly, things began to change. Small decisions were compromised, standards began to slip, and shortcuts replaced discipline. Because what had been handed to him had not been formed within him. Over time, what he had inherited could no longer sustain itself. Not because the structure was weak, but because the person carrying it was not strong enough within. That sometimes is a quiet truth about the lives we live. You can receive opportunity, you can inherit success, you can step into something already built, but if your character is not built alongside it, you will struggle to sustain what you did not shape. Character is not transferred. It is formed in private choices, in unseen discipline, in the quiet moments where no one is watching. So let us reflect on this today. If everything we have today were stripped away, what will remain of us? What will remain of you? Titles can be taken, positions can change, and possessions can be handed over and same as taken over. But character is what stays when everything else is gone. And in the end, it is not what you hold in your hands, but what you hold within yourself that determines how far you can truly go. That's our message this morning. It will take us into the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. Kind Ketsi and Yunam Haliga, after which we're back with the rest of the show for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. I am Mawuena. Better stick and stay with us here on 3FM 92.7.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3FM.
From our studios here at Adesawe Kanda, this is the 6 a.m. news here on 3FM 92.7. This news is also live on KSP 107.1 FM in Tamale. Coming up this morning, the Treasury Teachers Association of Ghana says over 30,000 trained teachers are still waiting employment. Also, Public Accounts Committee summons the former Health Minister Dr. Bernard Okoboy over 20 million cedis parliamentary service hospitals. We'll hear from Parliament soon.
We are going to call the former minister, the accountant, the former administrator of common fund. We'll call those three.
I am Enyunam. With the details of our headlines and other stories, please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. I'll go on to a first story. in education, where the executive director for the Institute of Education Studies, Dr. Peter Anti, said the government's decision to overhaul the computer selection system will ensure a smooth running of the system. The Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu, on Wednesday directed a review of the system process for BEC candidates, noting that students should not be required to complete their school selection without first knowing their examination aggregate. Let's take a listen to educationist Dr. Peter Anti, who agrees with the directive.
It would be naive for anybody to suggest that this would be the solution to the challenges of the computer placement system. No. The challenges are multifaceted. You can look at it from so many angles. What this is going to do is to help minimize the challenges that the parents and students face. For example, we know that students select schools before they see their performance. Now, if you are given an opportunity to edit your selection after you've seen your results, one week window, it gives you a lot of room for you to now reflect on the schools that you've selected and then ensure that your selection is in line.
Still staying on education, because the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana says there are more than 30,000 cohorts of teachers waiting to be recruited. This follows the government's financial clearance for 7,000 teachers. Let's first take a listen to the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, announcing the decision.
In the last couple of months, a number of students have graduated from our colleges of education and other institutions of higher learning that specializes in the development of teachers. I am happy to note and announce that the Ministry of Education has received clearance and approval from the Ministry of Finance for the recruitment of teachers across the country. We will be recruiting at least 7,000 teachers.
That was the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, announcing that government has given financial clearance for some 7,000 teachers. Now let's take a listen to the Vice President for the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana, who was speaking on Hot Edition, saying that there are more than 30,000 cohorts of teachers waiting to be recruited.
If we have two cohorts, those who completed the 2024 National Service and that of 2025, there are more than 30,000 and they are still waiting. So we need further explanation from the minister so that we will know whether the 7,000 is supposed to be for those who went to the universities and other colleges and they've come out as graduates and they also did education, or it is for those who have gone to colleges of education and they've graduated. So far we have 3 cohorts waiting. Now, the 7,000 again is very, very much insufficient.
That was the voice of the Vice President for the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana, Adukoe Ayikoe Awule. Now we'll take you to Parliament, where the Auditor General has disclosed that an amount of 20 million Ghana cedis was paid as mobilization funds on December 31, 2024 under the Akufo-Addo administration for the construction of a Parliamentary service hospital, despite no work being done. The contract for the project was signed by the former Minister for Health, Dr. Bernard Okuboy. Ranking member on the Parliament's Account Committee, Samuel Atamils, has summoned the former Minister of Health and the former administrator for the District Assembly's Common Fund and the accountant involved. Let's take a listen to excerpt of what transpired at the hearing on Wednesday.
Okay, so the ones we are going to call, the former minister, the accountant, the former administrator of Common Fund, we'll call those 3 to come. Maybe after talking to them, it may not be necessary even to call the contractor. As for the contractor,
the latest information we have with regards to the hospital is that Parliament is to provide the site, and then they are working on the site because of the not providing the site timely. That have delayed the contractor in taking off. So they are working on it to provide the site.
Excerpts from the Public Accounts Committee, where the ranking member on the Public Accounts Committee, Samuel Atamils, has summoned the former Minister of Health, Dr. Bernard Okuboy, and the former Administrator for the District Assembly Common Fund, Na Toshi Ado. Now, away from that, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, has assured the entire workforce of the Damang mine of government's commitment to retaining them as Goldfields mining leases approaches its end on April 18, 2026. The minister made the remarks when the Parliamentary Select Committee on Mines and Natural Resources paid a visit to the mines on Wednesday.
And this assurance is coming from His Excellency President Mahama. His whole focus is the people who work here, who have families, who must be protected. And so I'm here with the members of Parliament who ultimately will also work on this same mine in terms of their future lease to make sure that there's an orderly transition that ensures that the operations is not interrupted, that guarantees the safety of the mine, that also guarantees the contract or the employment of those who are already been here. And all of that are part of the reason we have come.
That was the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa. Now, before we go, let me run you through our headlines this morning. As Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana says over 30,000 trained teachers are still waiting employment. And also in Parliament, the Public Accounts Committee has summoned the former Health Minister, Dr. Bernard Okuboy, over 20 million cedis Parliamentary Service Hospital. That brings us to the end of the first half of this morning's bulletin. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Malika. Business News is right on.
Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com. Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com.
For business news here on Sunrise 3FM 92.7. And coming up this morning, National Petroleum Authority assures Ghana's fuel supply is secure despite escalating middle tensions.
We have also confirmed that to the 9th of April, we have one that will be doing 42,000 metric tons. Another one will be doing 42,000 metric tons. Another one is doing 42,000 metric tons.
Also, Joe Jackson challenges SME-led growth narrative, urgent Ghana needs a national champion.
Initiatives have been announced in the last 10 years, 60 plus. If launching SME programs created growth, Ghana will be an economic superpower by now.
Much later, government of Ghana targets 4.67 billion cedis in T-bill auction amid previous undersubscription. This is for headlines and other stories. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now we're on to a first story where the Chief Executive of the National Petroleum Authority, Godwin Edigi Tamaklo, says Ghana has sufficient volumes of petrol and diesel to meet market demand despite the rising global uncertainties stemming from the tension involving the United States, Iran, and Israel. His assurance comes amid growing concerns about the potential impact of the conflict on the availability of petroleum products on the Ghanaian market in the coming weeks.
If you look at the numbers, and I'm just, we have one carrying 43,000 metric tons. We have another one doing 37,000 metric ton. We have another one doing 30,000 metric ton. We have another one doing 27,000 metric ton. We have 10,000 metric ton and 10,000 metric ton. So if you put all of these together, and these are vessels at anchorage, as at the 30th of March 2026. And that's very significant. And this is outside the 7 and 6 weeks cover that I've already given you the indication.
Meanwhile, NPA has confirmed that some fuel vessels are currently en route to Ghana. The chief executive provided the update to 3 Business to address any potential concerns regarding the supply disruptions.
We have also confirmed that to the 9th of April, we have one that will be doing 42,000 metric ton. Another one will be doing 42,000 metric ton. Another one is doing 42,000 metric ton. So we have 3 vessels for AGO only, 42, 42, 42, 3 from now to the 9th of April. That's huge. Now for petrol, from now to the 9th of, that's from 31st to 9th of June, we have 37,000 metric ton, 37,000 metric ton, 37,000 metric ton. That makes the 6 vessels.
That was the Chief Executive of the National Petroleum Authority, Godwin Eduji Tamaklo. Now, away from that, in a proactive address that sparked widespread debate, the Chief Executive of Daylex Finance, Joe Jackson, has challenged the long-standing dogma that small and medium enterprises are the sole engine of Ghana's economy. Speaking at a high-level public lecture organized by CIMG, Joe Jackson argued that while the SME sector is socially vital, it is currently being misdiagnosed as the primary driver for economic transformation.
SMEs are the engine of growth, Oyan answer some. And in Ghana, the worst part is that everybody is an SME. 60 plus, I think it was about 64 different unique SME initiatives have been announced in the last 10 years. 60 plus. If launching SME programs created growth, Ghana will be an economic superpower by now. Growth is driven by exceptional productive firms, some of which may very well start at SMEs. You see, the average SME is fighting for survival, not to scale. So somewhere in that subset of SMEs, we must elect champions. 69 years after independence, where is our global champion?
And you hear the voice of the CEO for Daylex Finance, Joe Jackson. Now, away from that, government of Ghana is set to return to the domestic market on Thursday, April 2, with a target of 4.673 billion cedis through its weekly Treasury bill auction. This high-stake auction is being closely watched by market analysts as it follows 2 consecutive weeks of undersubscription, signaling a potential tightening of liquidity or a shift in investor sentiment within the domestic fixed market income. There's more in this report.
In the previous 2 auctions, government failed to meet its borrowing targets, a departure from the oversubscription trend that characterized much of the first quarter of 2026. With inflation recently dropping to a historic low of 3.2%, investors are weighing whether the Bank of Ghana will further cut the policy rate, potentially lowering the yields on future T-bill issuances. A slight recovery in the private sector and increased lending activity may be diverting some institutional capital away from government paper. Large corporate tax obligations and end-of-quarter financial adjustments often impact the volume of available cheap capital in the banking system. The upcoming auction will feature the standard 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day tenures. While government remains committed to its debt management strategy, the pressure to meet the 4.673 billion cedis target is significant, as these funds are critical for refinancing maturing debt
and supporting the national budget. The success of these auctions is also vital for the stability of the cedi. A fully subscribed auction reduces the need for the central bank to provide direct financing to the government, a key requirement under the current IMF-supported program. Despite the recent undersubscriptions, the broader macroeconomic environment remains stable, supported by the 15th consecutive month of disinflation.
Was a 3-business report on the government targeting 4.673 billion cedis in Treasury bill auction amid previous undersubscription. Now on to some other stories where the Secretariat for the 24-Hour Economy says it is working with the Central Bank and the National Insurance Commission to introduce a policy that will allow small and medium-sized enterprises to access financing using insurance-backed instrument rather than physical collateral. The initiative is expected to improve access to credit and support the growth of small businesses across the country.
Access to finance remains a major challenge for growing businesses in Ghana. Many are unable to secure loans due to high interest rates or their inability to meet strict lending requirements, particularly the lack of landed property as collateral. Speaking at an engagement with the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the presidential advisor on the 24-Hour Economy and Accelerated Export Program, Kusitano, said the Secretariat is working to address these constraints and expand financing options for SMEs.
We're talking to the Bank of Ghana for regulatory forbearance and also the National Insurance Commission to develop and implement a credit insurance guarantee scheme that will allow for loans and credits advanced to SMEs and those in the 24-hour value chain to be insured, so that we don't have to rely constantly on property and other physical assets as the collateral. Because if you do that, then 95% of the people that are operating in business today will not be able to access loans, and that's part of the problem.
The first vice president of the chamber, Dr. Emilia Isiakwa, welcomed the move, saying it could have a positive impact on business growth and the broader economy.
Looking at the system or the mechanism that is being put in place with the insurance policy and everything, you can be very sure that it wouldn't be bad at all. It's going to be smooth for the private sector to access some of these facilities. All that we want is that at the end of it all, there is support from the government, where the government is doing everything in their power to give the private sector that kind of support that we need.
It's now time to look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global market.
The interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis. It's recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 14 cedis, 65 pesos. It gained 14 pesos. The euro is selling at 12 cedis, 77 pesos. It also gained 9 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at the Forex Bureau near you. Global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $100, 31 cents per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,758, 57 cents per ounce, up by $90, 51 cents. Cocoa is trading at $3,345 per ton, up by $45.
From the Forex and commodities markets. Now we have business news here. We have 92.7 more news special on our website at freenews.com. I am Enyuna. The sunrise continues.
right, big thank you to Enyonam Haliga with the business news for us, helping us kickstart the morning in terms of what's happening across the length and breadth of the country. First off, in terms of a major development in the news and a specific focus as well on the business segment as well. Now, let's get into the weather for you this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise, some 22 past 6, and this morning the weather will be partly cloudy across southern Ghana with mist forming over the forest and mountainous areas during the early hours. As the day progresses, sunny conditions will prevail. However, thunderstorms or rain are expected to affect parts of the middle sector as well as coastal and nearby inland areas from the mid-afternoon into the evening. Meanwhile, northern Ghana will experience slightly hazy conditions throughout the forecast period with visibility ranging between 3,000 meters and 7,000 meters, roughly put 3 kilometers and 7 kilometers as well. As the weather kind Ketsi, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, you can find them on social media, Facebook as well as on Twitter, where they provide updates all throughout the day for you in terms of what you will need to know for the weather. Let's get into our song of inspiration for the morning, and this one is by the new song. They call this one Your Grace, and that is what we're getting into this morning, because it is by the grace of God that we are part of the living. Welcome to the 3FM Sunrise if you're just tuning in, and we're getting into our song of inspiration for the morning. We'll return after that to get you into the newspapers and considerable development across the news circle. Conversations from now till 10 a.m. We're streaming live on Facebook. Our handles 3FM927, same handles on Twitter as well. Let's get into a song of inspiration for the morning.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. The calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm. It rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversation.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains. Sachet and I grandpa.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names.
Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, Lego.
We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. They calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm. It rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversations, and the freshest hits. Hop in, take a ride. Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure. Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains, Sachet and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names. Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, let go. We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. They calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm. It rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversations, and the freshest hits. Hop in, take a ride. Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure. Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains, Sachet and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names. Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, let go. We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. The calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm. It rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversations, and the freshest hits. Hop in, take a ride. Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. 3FM, your urban lifestyle.
Grace getting us into the newspaper review segment as well for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. Before we get into all of the papers, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament has been sitting for quite some time now, and boy oh boy has there been revelations. Yesterday, Bachman was on here. He says that look, it's a public review commission, because a lot of the things that they bring forth, we only get to hear about it and never really the prosecutions and the aftermath of it. Let us know what you think, right? Because I'll get you to listen in again to some of the findings about some 20 million cedis paid at the health ministry without any work done whatsoever, and the concerns that it comes with as well. I mean, some of the things when you hear raises a lot of questions. Lots of questions with respect to decision making amongst many other things in this part of the country. But let me say a good morning as well right now to a number of you who are listening. Togbi Jobefu, who's listening to us as well this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise, as well as a number of you. John Baptist Ayeje is a private legal practitioner and a lecturer as well at the University of Professional Studies. And yesterday happened to be a very special day, very special day as well, for a justice of the High Court who marked 11 years on the bench. There's been congratulatory messages from across the length and breadth in terms of the friendship sphere, but nonetheless, we'll do that on the quiet. Serenam Awokwadam is a justice of the High Court, marked 11 years on the bench, right? One that is worth celebrating. But I'll take you to Parliament right now. When we return, we'll begin conversations perhaps from there as to what must change, what can change in terms of everything that happens around public procurement and how we do business as a republic, right? And I'll take you there right now. When we return, I'll as well walk you through a number of the papers which are in front of me this morning, but just to have us think as a people and ask certain pertinent questions. Some 2 days ago, it was questions about vehicles which had been purchased, which we did not know where it was at, and persons being asked that they be interdicted. Now we're learning that some others will have to be hauled before the Public Accounts Committee to answer questions, amongst many other things. Let me take you there right now.
And when you met the auditors at the Ministry of Finance during the exit conference, did you make this known to the auditors that these errors have been rectified and that the commitments still hold?
3FM 92.7.
Please come again. Asking. After the audit, there was an exit conference that took place at the Ministry of Finance. Were you there?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Did you bring it to the attention of the auditors that it was the Ministry of Finance that made those errors? And for that matter, those formula errors, and for that matter, the commitments as it is still stands?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this observation was even identified by the auditors themselves at the exit meeting.
Now, auditors, can you throw more light on this? Because if actually really it was you identified this problem at the exit meeting, why then bring it into the report?
Honorable Chair, you know, I've said this even yesterday, that we were given an amount to validate. So even if it was a good reason, we still had to report it. For instance, let's say you've given us 1,000 CDs to validate, and we have validated 600. We cannot just be silent on the 400 because it had a good reason to be rejected. But we still have to report to you that the 400 has been rejected and give you the reason. That's why it had to be reported.
So in this case, this amount of 1.766 billion, is it rejected or still standing in the books?
Honorable Chair, so this is in respect of claims, arrears, and commitments submitted for validation. Now, and it's as at 31st December 2024. So if, for example, the total claims submitted was 3.4 billion, and you find out that 1.76 billion is emanating from formula errors, and this is captured under commitments, it must be indicated that the commitments that have been submitted has a formula error of 1.76 billion, just for the purposes of the records. Then those ones that are clean, you will go ahead and review them. Thank you.
So it means that this amount stands rejected?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that will go for me.
All right, let's go to the next one. Duplicated payments by Honorable Sachet.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Deputy Minister, you have, as part of your infractions, duplicated requests, and also duplicated requests of 114 million, and also
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
3FM
Finance. It's in relation to electricity payment by our agencies, which means some of the hospitals, we had an agitation as to electricity company cutting them off from the national grid. So that request was made to Ministry of Finance. Fortunately, we have that relation with the Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance paid on our behalf. So when we included it in our request, it's the auditors that gave us the feedback that it's been paid on our behalf. So we have that letter which we can tender in as evidence. The duplication of payments of the 114 million, yes, there were some of the payments that depending on where we are getting our records from, in the ministry, we get the records from the procurement unit, the finance, and the infrastructure unit. So it happened that some of the payments were duplicated in presenting it to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much.
Finance Director, if you can be specific on the payments that was duplicated, please. And if you can, give us the vendors as well.
Yes, thank you very much. We We have ADB Medicals. We have Purview Global Limited. We have Ghana Supply. We have Global Security. We have Tembol. We have White Pleasure. Then there was a dollar component that was also made. And others. Maybe not all that will be here. But these ones have been validated in the validated ones. Just that because they were duplicated, the auditors took them off. Thank you.
Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning.
The names that we gave, can you give us the figures to them, please?
And their investigation is indicating that it's an error, according to what she just explained.
Okay, let me go to the next one. Terminated and completed contracts, 21 of them were captured as outstanding commitments. Why?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let the Deputy Director of Infrastructure answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The amount of 10.5 million at the time of the request was still in our contract register as a contract within the Ministry of Health. We were in the process of re-awarding, and so they were part of the contract register that was sent to Ministry of Finance, and indeed Ministry of Finance had as well. On the aspect of the projects that were completed and were still in our list, as has been alluded to in other conversations, a request was made for our contract register, and that was what was submitted to Ministry of Finance. However, when the auditors came and they were validating, we informed them that most of these ones had been completed, and if you look at the schedule, there are balances of some 464, some 1,241, which we would deem as savings on those contracts. And so we agreed that they were cancelled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very soon, everybody will have to have a degree in document management or how to arrange documents in an office before you get a job. Because all the documents, I couldn't find them. This was an error. Maybe you need to have a degree, making sure that you don't make any errors over here because, hey, Dion. Now let's go to National Health Fund.
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, what?
3FM.
We can see
2.7.
251.
What is National Health Fund?
Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning.
Yes, first of all, before I proceed with the question, I would like to ask, what is National Health Fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. National Health Fund is not under our ministry.
Actually, auditors.
Is that the NHIS?
Is that the NHIS or what?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, per the shadow description from MWEF, this is how it was captured. So we were consistent with what was given to us.
When you read the footnote under it, you see here, payable reported by Minister of Finance comprises outstanding government allocation to National Health Fund. However, the review to obtain the review third-party obligation of NHF amounted. Okay, so is that a ministry? It's different from health insurance fund. It's the same.
Which minister are you talking about? Minister of Health. So, Minister of Health, it's under you guys, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chief Director will answer the question.
Mr. Chair, I mean, it's not under the Ministry, so we need to be sparing to, please.
We have the National Health Insurance.
Mr. Chair, the description of that entity came as National Health Fund, which we understand to be NHI. Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. So, Chair, what I'm hearing is that the National Health Fund is the fund, the percentage of fund that Minister of Finance transferred to National Health Insurance. Yes. So, this question, it will be more pleased with National Health Insurance.
Now, are they here?
Are they here? National Health Insurance here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I am agreeing with the member. It is a fund that is transferred to the National Health Insurance Fund. So they are not
Insurance.
here, please say.
They are not here?
No.
So, Chair, we will step down this question. So, please inform them tomorrow. Yeah. We want to see National Health Insurance there. See you. And you have to come with them. And the Chief Director as well as the Minister have to come with the CEO and the Deputy of National Health Insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No problem. Thank you. Understanding was that the Agenda 111 was done out of the Office of the Presidency. So not from the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Move every file, everything to Minister of Health. So you are better placed to answer because yesterday they mentioned that they have moved everything. Yes, from the presidency to the to Ministry of Health. So we must assert assets and liabilities.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think that directive has been given, and then we are in the process of transferring all the assets back to the ministry. And sorry?
Assets and liabilities.
Assets and liabilities to the ministry. What we have done is that I think the ministry has directed AESL to undertake some sort of exercise. And so we are almost at the tail end. And once we are done, I think we'll come back maybe properly to come and then maybe report back to the committee, please.
Okay. I hear that GIF, right, answered these questions yesterday for Agenda 111, the duplicated claims and then payables not recorded under GIF. Yes. Yes. So Ministry of Health, I think, yes, tomorrow you are coming with NHI to answer some questions. Okay, you are discharged.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Let me know what you think as to some of the details that's been emanating from the Public Accounts Committee. But on the front page of the Daily Graphic this morning, Unite to Promote Peace, Love, Clergy Charges Nation at Easter. You know that tomorrow kickstarts the long weekend of Easter. Also on the front page, Zimbabwean President Mnangagwa arrives for 3-day visit. Diamond mine transition won't affect jobs, Lands Minister assures workers, and 7,000 graduate teachers to be recruited for deprived areas. On the back page, Roads Minister commends big push local contractors for meeting expectation. He's been on a tour. It's been to the Tema Motorway, Accra Tema Road, Dowenya Fenya, Dodoa, amongst other things, inspecting road projects there. The daily guide is what I have next in front of me. Diamond mine transition to protect jobs, according to the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Reverend Wengam preaches peace at Easter. They are announcing an Easter break. I didn't see an Easter break for the graphic though. Says they are back. The newspaper stands they will be offered from Good Friday up and Easter Monday. They shall be back on the newsstands April 7th. That's the daily guide. Highway robber gunned down, 7 others arrested. Zongo Development Fund office locked over 252,000 plus debt. 10 Nigerians arrested for cyber fraud. And Reverend Wengam preaches peace at Easter. The Easter conventions have started. Are you attending? For the first time in a while, I've seen a back page story on the daily guide. Grab a copy and read for yourself. The new finder is the last one I have this morning. Headline inflation drops to 3.2% in March. Ghana's fuel price remain competitive despite global pressures. Riverson Opong saying this. Ghana's strength can offset credit challenges. ADB returns to profitability as recapitalization lifts balance sheet, and customer service must be at the core of business strategy. I'll get into the details, starting off with the finder, because there's a mention of fuel prices and what this could mean as well for transport fares. This morning, it's a story by Esther Krantima on page 12 of the Final newspaper, which reads that the Chief Executive Officer and Industrial Coordinator of COMAC, Dr. Riverson Opong, has stated that fuel prices in Ghana continue to offer better value for consumers compared to Nigeria, even with the presence of major players like Dangote. Speaking on current development in the petroleum sector, Dr. Opong explained that oil marketing companies have been responsive to changes, ensuring that fuel remains relatively affordable for Ghanaians. He noted that while prices have increased between 8 and 15% in line with international benchmarks, the rise is significantly lower than the 30% average observed globally. The price of fuel in Nigeria, even with the presence of Dangote, remains higher compared to Ghana, he said. Mr. Opong emphasized that discussions around fuel have or should focus on market realities rather than politics, highlighting that OMCs have been adjusting prices quickly to cope with international volatility. Let me say good morning to Mr. Hughes.
Mawuena.
Yeah.
Charlie, the happenings in Parliament. Yesterday I was thinking, and I was thinking deeply. Now, some of the entities that appeared before the Public Accounts Committee yesterday, and by way, the Public Accounts Committee is supposed to be helping us to highlight the wrongs within our public financial management, setup, and also to appropriately punish those who have wronged us by way of procurement and spending that were not authorized, etc., and also to reprimand people where the need be. So that's what the Public Accounts Committee is supposed to do. It's not supposed to be just another walk in the park, just another box being ticked, just another appearance because it's a full year and the Auditor General has finished their report. UCO has done theirs and BNI has also gone to do theirs. So Public Accounts Committee also has to do it. We spend lots of money trying to do their broadcast on live television on the national broadcaster. It costs the taxpayer a lot of money, sitting allowance, put together all those things. So when you watch the Public Accounts Committee and you don't see some level of the whip being cracked so that people who have actually wronged us as a country are made to pay dearly for it. It leaves much to be desired. Some of the entities that appeared before the Public Accounts Committee mentioned that, look, the Finance Ministry was making payments on our behalf without even telling us.
I was even going to have us get into that. The Roads and Highways Minister was...
That's right. He was there. He was seated there. Kwame Agboja was seated there.
Why those payments were being made on their behalf?
Yes. Now, the question that any sensible person would ask, common sense question will ask is, the Honorable Abena Sari, who is the chairperson or the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, because the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by the opposition. All right? Now, she was Deputy Finance Minister with Mr. Stephen Amwa. In fact, it was John Kumar, Dr. John Kumar, and when John Kumar died, Stephen Amwa, Dr. Stephen Amwa replaced Dr. John Kumar. But Abena Sari has always been there right from the get-go. She subsequently graduated from being the Deputy Minister of Finance to becoming a Minister of State at the Finance Ministry.
Yeah.
If the intention and the belief is to be created that she, as an honorable member of parliament for the good people of some part of the Atiwa area in the eastern region, is interested in accountability, probity, and all the TTs that you can find. And you see how she dilates her eyes, and sometimes we're asking people questions, and you to senior military officers, colonels, and generals, and telling them in your place of work, you call people, say, but I am madam, blah, 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 answer. If you can't say yes or no, you are lying, blah, 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 all of those questions that she's asking. You remember the encounter with the DVLA boss, back and forth, you know, withdraw, apologize, blah, 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 with Eddie Magbana, and all of that. If payments were made under her watch, at the Finance Ministry, on behalf of the Minister of Roads and Highways and the many others, without their say-so, and she was Deputy Finance Minister and subsequently Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, shouldn't she be dilating her eyes and be answering the questions for us? Because the answers we are looking for,
she should be answering.
Honorable Atamils should be asking her.
But she's not before the committee.
No, she's not before, so you swear her in to answer the questions. As it is now, we can't find Kenuforiatao.
So she has to be answering.
But what are you talking about? If I deputize for you, you deputize for me, and they can't find me,
they will find me.
They will find you, and you are seated right there, where around the accountability table. You were Deputy Finance Minister, and subsequently Minister of State at the Finance Ministry. Oga White Kenuforiata cannot be found. He's in the US doing everything he cannot to return home. At least that's the conversation we have had. Beyond the detention, beyond I am sick, I'm not well, I have surgery, I don't have surgery, surgery has been postponed, I'm healing, I'm recuperating. We know that he is also looking at ways of not returning home. At least we have been told by many other people.
He's seeking, I mean, his lawyers in the US have told us that he's seeking US citizenship.
Yes, so that is to not to come home. Some immunity is being sought here. So if we cannot find the almighty Kenofori, I tax. We should find the Honorable Abena Sari, swear in, and then let her answer.
But the Finance Ministry is yet to come before that.
I am saying that particular question, and you know, yesterday when the hearings were happening, when it got to that point where the man said on tape and under oath, because it would be perjury if he lied, he said that when he started saying that, did you see the Honorable Abena Sari? She was not looking at anybody's face, she was just looking at her phone. Plants na shegu. She was just looking at her phone. I am saying that if I were on that committee, and that committee is really serious about finding the questions of accountability and the answers that can commiserate with those questions, we should swear the Honorable Abena Sari in as Deputy Finance Minister to be answering. Because you remember, most of the press conferences that were held at the Finance Ministry were addressed by her. You remember that?
She addressed a number.
Most of the press conferences. In fact, she addressed more press conferences than John Kumar did. More press conferences than Steve Yamwa did. So it gives you the impression that, I was in the thick of things. Is that the way the Public Financial Management Act dictates to us, that a finance ministry can just pay monies on behalf of another ministry that has not made a request. This is a serious matter. It's a very serious matter. So if we're interested in dilating eyes and opening, asking, do people have specialized number plates? Do people have this? Do people have that? Swear the Honorable Abena Asare in if you are very serious as a Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. The Honorable Samuel Atamil says, oh, show me some respect. I am the chairman here. What sort of thing is that? If you want the people to show you respect, Mr. Chairman, do the needful. Swear the woman in and ask the woman questions as to how payments were made for the Ministry of Roads without the say-so of the Ministry of Roads and Highways. It's a simple question. Very simple. Very simple. If you come to Media General, you're looking for the top woman on TB, Beatrice Ajima, you can't find her. Who's the next to find? Find Mr. Nyama. So if you can't find Kenoforiata, we will find out. Abinose has arranged. Thankfully, she's there in Parliament throughout this period. Swear her in and ask her the questions.
They're saying that you should calm down because.
Oh, I'm calm. I am calm. Who said I'm agitated?
The finance ministry.
This one. I've not started though. I've not started.
The finance ministry will come, and then that one when it comes, either she will recuse herself or then perhaps she can.
Yesterday, when they were asking the National Health Fund, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Who was before the committee?
The deputy health minister was
good.
there.
And then they said, bring the minister and bring the chief director and bring this. They said, no problem. They will appear today. If you have questions and the person who is most likely to have the answer is seated next to you on your right hand side, don't you ask, when Jesus was crucified in between two thieves, what happened? One came ridiculing the Master Jesus. No. And then the other one used 2 minutes of PR to get into heaven. This was Abena Sasare's 2 minutes of PR. She could have just answered the question, that volunteered answer, and said, oh, Mr. Chairman, this is what happened. When we went to the roads ministry, they were actually not there, or they were sleepy, or the roads minister gave us a note to say blah, blah, blah. It's a simple thing. Then he said, do we have to wait for the Ministry of Finance to come? So if the Ministry of Finance comes and nobody around the table goes out, because you and I cannot go and sit at the table to ask those questions. So if the Ministry of Finance appears, and nobody around the table starts asking questions, or if Eden Magbana decides to ask and it's being shut down, how would we get the answers to these questions?
I want us to listen to the Roads and Highways Minister, and good morning to you, Sixtus, on exactly what he said about the loopholes, right? And then we'll come back to this, because Public Accounts Committee and its plenty matters
of getting that certificate to GOG to be paid. At that stage, it's not an intention to cheat or anything at that stage, just to get their monies paid, because they've invested money and they've been sitting there for 4 years and not been paid. Unfortunately, because that process is not properly documented, that certificate probably lies still in the records of Road Fund. So one day when Road Fund gets money are paying, actually that certificate can be paid again. It got worse when you have a situation where at a point in time we took a bond from Fidelity, which is a third layer. So it is no longer even Road Fund or GOG, but a third party. So the third party, the contractors are encouraged to go to, let's say, Fidelity and get your certificate cleared through a bond. They carry out that certificate still probably lies with GOG. One day, if GOG is paying, because our record keeping is problematic, that certificate could end up being paid. We had a very interesting situation where, during the recent validation, a contractor was contacted and said, we owe you 500 and something million. He said, no, you don't owe me 500 and something million. They were insisting they owe you. He said, no, you owe me less than 300 million. Because according to him who received the money, he received part payment already. But in the records of that organization paying, it's still a full amount that is there. So we need to actually clean up this. I don't see if there's any body benefiting unduly, which is what it is. It is the lack of the structured system that gives opportunity for somebody to see that there's a loophole to go and capitalize on. If the payment system was quite clear that when your project is supposed to be funded by Road Fund, you have no way. It's just like working at Parliament
and deciding that I want to take my salary at the Electricity Company of Ghana. We don't do that. So why is it that when we are doing government projects, people can move certificate from A to B like that? So from last year, you cannot move certificate from one entity to another. When your project is GOG, you are stuck there. Whenever GOG gets money, they pay you. If it's road fund, you have to stay there. When we get money, we pay you. But until then, we need to deal with what we are having now. So that is what I think the situation should be. We need to fix the whole system, which is right from Ministry of Finance to the entities.
So that's the minister explaining the development, and says, I mean, what system exists such that you'll be working at, say, TV3 and you go to GTV that you should be paid your salary?
It's the same thing that the Roads Ministry and the Finance Ministry and engulfed in. That the Roads Ministry has given contracts. They are the ones supervising. They are the ones who have received the certificate. They are the ones who are to forward it and say the man has finished the work or has not finished the work, pay him or don't pay him.
Yeah.
Then on their blind side, the Finance Ministry is paying money. Did the man work for the Finance Ministry? Or did he work for the Roads Ministry on behalf of the government of Ghana? And the Finance Ministry keeps the purse.
So this is where the value for money office becomes relevant. I took the pains to go through the law as has been passed by Parliament. And there is an express provision that says that before payment is finally made, there must be a certificate from that new office indicating that the project has been executed, it meets the standards, it should I say, carries value for money before the final authorization. Indeed, you need a certificate from that office before your payment can be effected. So, I mean, if it doesn't become just another layer,
right?
If that office is to function properly, then we would be able to deal with some of these teething issues. But as it stands now, some of the unofficial conversations we had, government owes a certain contractor. He goes to see a certain big man. Then the certain big man picks out his phone and makes a call to another big but small man and says that this man is coming to you.
Right.
Johnnie is doing a contract. He's coming to you. Pay him the money. That instruction has come. The big small man is sitting in the office there. He doesn't want to lose that big office that he's sitting in. So he has to yield to the big man whose phone call he has just received. So he also picks out his phone, calls his small boy and says that gather money.
Process
this particular
payment.
Look sharp. If not, our wives will see our tears today. So they will process the money. Mind you, the big man who is sitting at the top and making the call has not gone to the project site. He has no idea whether the project has even been executed or not. The big small man who received the call has not gone to the project site. As for you and I, the small boys who are always getting the final orders and running around, sometimes they'll even say, process it and carry it to the man in his house.
He's waiting for you.
He's waiting for you at the car park.
Go and give them money.
We do yes, Amasa.
Yeah, we work here.
We work here some. So you two, you have no idea whether, in fact, it doesn't even concern you. Your job is to deliver as instructed. And that is the problem we find ourselves in. And the Auditor General knows all these things. In their interactions, they identify all these loopholes. But what happens? We come to the committee, somebody who was in the office has left, is cooling off somewhere. Another man who has just taken over the office is the one called upon to answer these questions. Look, at the last round of hearings, the Public Accounts Committee hearings, this issue came up. And we had a debate on this matter as to whether we should call back former appointees.
Well, they are doing that.
They should actually.
They should be doing that.
And then the ministers who
and this fits into the point that Johnnie was making. Abina Asare was seated there.
Finance minister was
former finance, deputy finance.
Swear the woman in.
Yeah,
a person of interest.
Say that, since you held the office, you are here. Your only plea will be that I do not have the documents with me, so give me time to go.
But you can always find the documents tomorrow.
So you will say, give me time to go and prepare and come. That is the only escape.
It is not about telling people that you are the chairman and people should show you respect. Respect is earned. So on this occasion, the Ghanaian people are looking at you, Mr. Chairman, and they are saying that, look, a certain Ministry of Finance, led by somebody and deputized by two others, made payments on behalf of the road ministry.
At the point we had 4 people as ministers of finance.
There was a minister of state.
Minister of state.
Substantive minister.
There's a substantive minister. There were 2 deputies.
And we were making payments.
Let's go into their salaries and privileges.
The MP for Karaga, who was Minister of State, subsequently Minister for Finance, is still in Parliament.
In Parliament, he's still a member of Parliament.
Abenos Zasari, who was Deputy Minister of Finance, is still in Parliament.
Minister of State.
Yes,
still in Parliament.
And then Stephen Amwa,
and sits on the
MP
committee
for Inshares. In fact, she's the chairperson of the committee. She had to recuse herself because of 1 or 2 things.
But this time not. I think the previous, during the normal PAC sitting, she recused herself. But this time she's been an active player.
I don't have a problem. I am just saying that the payments happened under your watch. We are finding out how it happened. The man said we should wait for the finance ministry. We all know that the finance minister now, Atuforsin, was not the one who made the payments.
But it's funny. So Atuforsin will come and sit down
and answer questions.
And Abina Osari will be asking him questions about
payment that
she made. Can you imagine?
Does it make sense to you? This one is pure Ajana 1, Ajana 2.
Oh, Ghana, my motherland.
It's pure Ajana 1, Ajana. Look, I am proposing that the Honorable Atta Mills should kindly ask Honorable Abnasari, swear in, put her in the chair.
No, we have lost faith.
And let them ask questions. So this doesn't look like another rubber stamp.
We are praying, we are entreating the Honorable Eric Edem Agbana and the other young people on the committee. People, let me borrow the words of Abina Asari. Young men. This country is ours.
Young man.
Don't come a young man.
The old people will go and we will be here. You are the ones in charge now. You sit on the committee, Honorable Eric Edem Agbana, and the other, I don't know, please let me quickly pull up the composition of the committee and identify all the young people. OPK is there, right?
Yes, OPK is there.
You are a young man.
OPK was the one who ceded his time to Edem.
To Edem, yes. OPK, you are also a young man. The Honorable Atta Mills may not do it. So young men on the committee, you have already been called out as young men.
35-year-old people have been called out by 47-year-old people.
Move a motion at the committee for the former deputy finance minister and minister of state at the finance minister, who now chairs the committee and is bullying everyone but herself, to sit on the other side and answer questions from her stewardship.
Because
there's nothing in the law, absolutely nothing in the law that says that former appointees cannot be brought back.
You know the interesting thing. It was under the hand of Honorable Abnasari that a letter was written, I think 2022, August 5 or so, saying that post-retirement contracts will be a thing of the past. You remember, as deputy minister, she was seated right to Reverend Amishadai. Why do I say Amishadai? Amishadai. And when a question was asked about how old he was and whether or not he had a post-retirement contract, she defended it. This same individual is now asking people questions as to whether they are not beyond the age of retirement. What kind of Motro Mojo lifestyle is that? If left to me, the Honorable Abna Asare is not the right person to chair this committee.
In fact, I was just about to read that
because
a message has just come. You said chair the message.
No, chair the
committee.
Chair the committee.
The message is saying that she doesn't even have the moral right to be on the committee to talk about chairing the committee.
Look, you were the spending officer. We can't find Ken Ofuriatta, so we'll find you. And at the Minister of State level, you are equal to a full minister. Are they lie? That was what Dr. Amin was before he became the substantive after Mr. Furiata decided that, okay, I'm now free and happy to leave my children behind, the same children that could not be left behind. So, in terms of moral high ground, no. And I say that Parliament has to ensure that the questions about payments that were made without the say-so of the Roads and Highways Ministry must be answered by a former appointee. If Honorable Abdulnasar is not, does not have the answers, I'm sure Honorable Stephen Amwa is in Parliament. He has the answers. Somebody must have the answers. The MP for Karaga, Dr. Amin Adam, he's there. He's not dead. He was finance minister. He has the answers. We must stop this whole public accounts committee of bringing civil servants who most of the time, like Sixtus said, are just taking instructions, yes, Amasa, and answer. If they don't, they face a lot of consequences. There are people who work in administrations who go to work and they have no table to sit behind. Oh, yes. There are people who work at the ministries. They go to work, they have no table to work behind. So they just go around. And sometimes they don't even show up, or they show up, come and sign, go for lunch. When they go for lunch, they don't return. And we always make it chief director, come and answer. Hey, head of procurement, come and answer. This is good. But the people they were working to and taking instructions from, why do we always leave them off the hook? Who authorized the payment at the finance ministry for those road contracts? Not at the behest of the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
And this is not difficult, though.
That is the question mark.
There's a piece of paper somewhere in that ministry that has somebody's name and signature.
Finito.
It's not a difficult.
Go and pull it and ask the person questions.
Let me give you the composition of the...
If you look at the audit which was done, this special audit, the Roads and Highways Ministry actually contributed to a chunk of the infractions which were recorded by the Auditor General, partly because of this particular instance or this particular issue where persons were receiving double payments. I mean, listen to the minister.
Duplicitous payments.
And outside of the double payment, sometimes they pay the contractors
for no work done.
There's paid for no work done, and then they pay them, and the record doesn't reflect they've been paid.
Because you were paying monies that the roads ministry has not told you to pay.
So the minister says that they contact a contractor and say, we owe you X amount of money. We will try and pay you.
We don't owe me that much.
You owe me less than that.
Yes.
He said,
on
the record, this is how much.
But this contractor to us is problem.
No, but the contractor
we owe you.
The contractor is a child of God. It's a child of God. It's a child of God.
And we are the ones saying we owe you. What is your problem?
No. You don't owe me that much. That's a patriotic citizen.
Exactly, and that's
in fact, he should get an award. He could have just collected this money. Kulem. And we would never have found out.
It's money that we are willing to give you. So because per the record, we owe you.
Would have gotten something
so the question is, how many of such have gone on? Payments made on the books. We still owe you. And then they will go and pay. Who does that money go to? These are some of the... You understand? So they'll pay you. It will not go onto the books. Then you'll be paid again.
So the committee, as we keep saying, is chaired by Etiwa East MP Osea Sariabina, vice chaired by Impraiso MP Opoku Ansah Davis. Ranking member is the Commander Edna Eguafo Ebrim MP Atamils Samuel, and the deputy ranking is the Keta MP Gakwe Jijoli Kwame. He's a young man.
Yeah.
He's a young man.
I knew him at the Ministry of Health. I think Ghana Health Service. Right?
Ghana Health Service. Okay, so he's young man.
Young man.
Agbana Edem Eric. Young man Agbana Edem Eric. Ketu North.
Young man Pro Max.
Ahenkwa Iyao Frederick. German North. I'm not sure I know him, but he looks young. Young lady Akrugu Eliquim Faustina Domko Abinya. She's a young lady. We have Enim Yao Ernest Kumewu MP. Old man Apak Abbas Clement Bosa South He will fight me. Another old man, Awirigo Akibangi Simon, Navrongo Central. Brahima Mohammed Bawa, another old man, Ejra Sechere Dumase. Young man, Sedu, Dapla Sedu Cletus, that's my MP. He's a young man. Day Fred Sebastian, Pando MP. I don't know where to place him. Then Hotoji, Roosevelt, Alexander, Central Tongue. Oh, we met this man before.
Central Tongue, it's a fair colored man.
Yes. Then another young man, Y East MP, Jesao Seido Godfred. He's also a young man. Kine Geoffrey, Nkwanta South, not North. Kine Geoffrey. Another young man, Promax, Konedu Akwesi, Minsha North. Che Shelley, I honestly don't know her. Echuma Wabieja South, one of the popular constituencies. She is also on the committee. Oforiata William Ellen, Kwame Amwako Atta Duke. You know him?
Yeah, Duke Kwame Amwakwata.
You know him? Fantiakwa South. Member.
Is he related to the former Roads and Highways Minister? Because I hear the name Amwakwata.
That's why I keep asking whether you know him. Okono na Koyo Phyllis, young lady, Ewotu Senya East. Ose Eje Nana, New Joburg North. He looks like a young man. His grey is like my own, but he looks like a young man. Pay to the Graft Desmond, Gomoa East. He's a young man. Sawyer, Mami Pokia Queensta, Aguna East. Another young man, Sisala West, Superu Adam Mohammed. And finally, Yabua Frank. He's Echuma Wabieja North. So both North and South are on this committee.
So look at
25-member committee.
Look at the statement on the report of the Auditor General on the arrears and payables as at the end of 2024. This was when Honorable Abuna Osari was Deputy Finance Minister. Summary of the findings of the audit. 1. Out of the 68.7 billion Ghana cedis submitted for audit, a total of 45.4 billion Ghana cedis was validated for payments. 2. A total of 8.1 billion Ghana cedis was rejected for various reasons. 3. About 1 billion cedis of the outstanding BTAs, which refers to invoices and IPCs processed by the MDAs in 2024, approved by the Ministry of Finance, submitted to the Controller and Accountant General's Department, and pending payment, were rejected. This 1 billion Ghana cedis that was rejected by the audit would have been paid if the Ministry of Finance had not made a bold decision to stop payments in January 2025. This was under Atu Forcing.
So Duke is actually Oforiata's junior brother.
Yes, in 2024, this 1 billion had been agreed to be paid. But in 2025, Atu Forcing says, no, we won't pay. And nobody has come back to say, I'm taking you to court or whatever it is. 4. About 7.1 billion Ghana cedis of the outstanding IPCs and invoices, which refers to requests by MDAs for payments to suppliers and contractors and certified for payments by various public officers across the approved hierarchies, have also been rejected. 7.1 billion. Add that to 1 billion, that's 8.1 billion. Add, Charlie. Again, an amount of 13.3 billion is yet to be validated for various reasons. Fictitious debt of 89.4 billion Ghana cedis. These are findings from Bank Transfer Advice. One district, one factory initiative. Fictitious debt. They say we don't owe, but we have created the debt.
That's what it means.
We are organizing.
That's what it means.
So this is organized crime. We are organizing the debt.
And you see, we are sadly handling it at public accounts committee level.
And leaving it there.
And people are being asked, where are the vehicles?
Yeah,
we don't know where
we don't know where they are.
Did
you procure them?
How much?
See, so 89.4 billion Ghana cedis, 89.4 billion, sounds like a radio station. 89.4 million Ghana cedis under one district, one factory initiative.
As a result of the fictitious accounts linked to one district, one factory payments, the entire 1D1F scheme requires a forensic audit, which will be carried out soon. Yeah? More so, when government is said to have spent 391 million Ghana cedis as its contribution towards 1D1F interest subsidies as at the end of 2024. 391 million. Dry spell expenditure.
And this was when there were heavy rains in the north and farms were destroyed.
Yeah, Kunzu's grandfather's farm, his father's farm.
Yes, and there was concern as to
the one village, one dam. But the dams were washed away. What are you?
I'm not even going in relation to the dams.
Look,
I remember when this happened, the concern was, we need to provide food, and straight away
we found
said
food.
we will make
Mawuena,
we have to find $5 million.
I go to portions of the north.
Right?
I've been to Bolga, I've been to Wa, I've been to Tamale. When you go there and you talk about dams, like they discard the conversation. As soon as you start, they say, boss, we and you will be fine. Let's talk about something else. Like they quickly move away from it.
But I spoke about a dam here.
They move away from it.
In the Lambusekan constituency. A dam that, when I was growing up, it was a dam that was feeding us with vegetables. It's a very popular dam. It's a very known irrigation dam that was helping vegetable farmers and farming. That dam has been there long before the One Village, One Dam project came. The One Village, One Dam project collapsed, and that dam is still there struggling in its former glory.
So this now this is go back to the dry spell. In 2024, the government of Ghana paid 34,000 metric tons of rice to address the impact of the dry spell. This was what you were talking about.
Yes.
However, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture received and distributed 24,000 metric tons.
10,000.
So 10,000 is gone.
Remains unaccounted.
To date, 10,000 metric tons remain unaccounted for, even though the entire quantity has been fully paid for.
Ghana.
This part I want to speak to, because there was flooding.
No, Mawuena, hold on.
Right?
Mawuena, hold on.
Read down.
So, rice, 10,000 metric tons. Unaccounted for but paid for. Now, the audit revealed that the government of Ghana also contracted a company to supply 100,000 metric tons, from 34,000 to 100,000 metric tons of maize. Ebro, Abele. Mofa submitted stores receipt advice as evidence of delivery of 100,000 metric tons worth 771.2 million Ghana cedis to Ministry of Finance for payment, but only 11,900 metric tons was supplied and distributed. So, if my math is good,
from 100,000,
yes, more than 80,000.
88,000.
88,000 outstanding. Now, it is worth noting that the store's receipt advice was supported by a checklist that was certified by the internal auditor of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Brian Champong.
Not just Brian Champong.
This was in 2024.
Yes, so this was under Brian Champong.
This is purely Brian Champong. It's nobody else.
And here's where I had issues. You see, increasingly, the good people of this country ask questions as to tangibles, right? What can we see our government to be doing for us?
Charlie, hold on to the commentary. Let's add more salt to the injury.
Now, it says unjustified payments for transportation of grains.
Let's add more
So now we have 88,000 metric tons of maize unaccounted for but paid for, 10,000 metric tons of rice unaccounted for but paid for. We continue. Under the Farmer Food Relief and Recovery Program, a transportation company was contracted to transport 134,000 metric tons of maize and rice to farmers across the country at a contract sum of 115.2 million Ghana cedis, even though the company transported only 35,000 out of the 134,000 metric tons, which should have costed 30.9 million Ghana cedis. The company was paid 50 million Ghana cedis. In addition to this payment, the company was giving 7,311 metric tons of rice, equivalent to 14,622 bags of 50 kg of rice, which amounts to 11.7 million in lieu of cash for no work done. Says we are doing barter trade. We don't have the money, but we'll give you rice and maize. Don't worry. This brings a total of 61.7 million Ghana cedis for transporting 35,000 tons instead of 134,000, which would have cost us 115.2 million. We ended up paying 61.7 million. Even if you divide the figure 134 by 3, right? You are not going to pay this much for it, because this is about half of, or maybe 40-45% of the total sum. As a result, the Auditor General accordingly rejected an amount of 65.2 million that was requested by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture as additional payment to the said transport company. Hey, so rice can get missing, maize can get missing. Then when the
even
rest,
the transportation,
and the rest that has to be transported, we don't transport all, and then we pay in excess. And then when we can't find money to pay, we say you take some of the rice and you take some of the maize, so you can go and do banku and mutuo.
So you see why I kept saying I agreed with then candidate Akufo-Addo when he said, "Yetisekaso, we are not broke."
The unfounded teacher trainee allowance.
Look, I still want to make that comment about the farmers,
right? The dry spell and how they were supposed to receive support.
These are farmers who are poor. The government realized a need that, there's been rains, it's swept away your farmlands, and you're going to starve. In the midst of helping your people, persons were still stealing.
Yes.
Right?
But who said helping was the intention from the word get-go?
Because I remember, and I recall so well, that time we were in the newsroom, they mentioned the figure $5 million. And I was having a conversation with Joseph Akable. He was like, we mention dollars so easily in this country. We just wake up and we say, dry spell, $5 million.
Yeah, dollarization of our economy. We just round it up.
So the value of $5 million has not been properly thought through.
No.
It's just $5 million. So we say $5 million.
But Mawuena, how else would it have sounded easy to you if at the time when $5 million were being mentioned, the exchange rate was 16 cedis? If they come and mention 5 times 16 is what?
16.
If they come and mention the city equivalent to you, say no. But when 5 million is mentioned, it'll be 5 million.
Fair and square.
Yeah, make
right?
the handle. Yeah.
The reason for which that intervention came through was to ensure that the farmers up north did not starve. Did we even evaluate that policy in particular as to whether or not he achieved the desired results? Because for
$5 million, if the exchange was 16, would be 80 million Ghana cedis.
Yeah, because what we are seeing right now is suggests persons just took advantage of what was supposed to provide support for locals who were going to starve because the farmlands had been destroyed, and then they just took advantage of it.
Bring the teacher thing, and that's a very strong point to raise. Now, the unfounded teacher trainee arrears. The Ministry of Education reported unpaid allowances totaling 160 million cedis to teacher trainees under the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC. When auditors engaged GTEC, the agency confirmed that as of December 2024, there were no outstanding arrears. Over 159 million Ghana cedis would have been lost but for this audit. So the ministry said, the ministry was under Dr. Duchum, right? He also wanted to be president. So you see, 3 people who want to be president. Are you getting the drift? Brian Echampo wanted to be president.
They were given ministries to manage.
Educhum wants to be president. Look at the rot, and this is an audit, and an audit goes through a very rigorous process. They find out, they come to you, you have an audit conference, you tell them your side of the story, they go back and forth.
You respond to the queries.
Before they put this
the final
together.
report is released.
Now, the Ministry of Education came and said, look, you owe 160 million cedis teacher trainee allowance. Then the people said, let's go and ask GTech. They go and ask GTech. GTech said, as of 2024 December, you don't owe anything. So we would have lost 160 million just because somebody sat somewhere and wrote a letter and said, give us this much money. Do we care about this country? Duplicated entries under the education ministry, same education ministry. An amount of 6.1 million Ghana cedis appeared on the Ministry of Education's BTA schedule at the Controller and Accountant General's Department. Now, even though the same funds had already been paid by a donor partner, somebody has dashed us the money, but we still go chop the money. Such entries opened a door for double payment and exposed a dangerous pattern of weak oversight and porous coordination between donor and government financial records. 6.1 million Ghana cedis that a donor said, Ghana, we will give you this money. We collected the money. It's akin to you going to your neighbor's house and then your neighbor's mother, your friend's mother gives you dinner because they were just about to eat when you people returned from your Kobolo movement. And then they in the past they would actually take you to the bathroom, bath for you, change your clothes for you, and then feed you and then take you back to your parents. You have eaten at your neighbor's place, your friend's place. When you get home and your mother says, there's dinner, I say, Mamedi. How many times do you want to eat? Bank transfer advices without supporting documents. Auditors identified BTAs totaling Education Ministry, 293 million Ghana cedis for 6 MDAs with no documentation. There were no 293 million. Add that to the 160 million that would have paid in respect of teacher trainee allowance. There were no contracts, no IPCs, and no record of any executed work. The breakdown of the unsuspected BTAs as follows. Ministry of Gender and Children, gender, 241.2 million Ghana cedis.
As for gender ministry,
that one human.
Gender was understandable.
My friend. Ministry of Roads and Highways, 63.
Was it not the ministry that went without supervision for years?
Yes. I just have an opportunity from the country. I want to apologize to you. Later she brought what? Yogurt without meat pie. We'll continue. Ministry of Roads and Highways, 26.3 million. Judicial Service, 18.2 million. Hey, Sixtus, your people. Hey, today do some. Hey.
No, this one is a civil service.
No, this is judicial service. What are you talking about? Judicial service.
This one, no.
Hey, so this one was under get to talk on CJ.
Yes.
18.2 million. Ministry of Special Initiatives, Hawa Kumsi, 3.7 million. It's small money, but it's still money. Ministry of Health, 2.4 million. Okoboy. Office of Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. Hey! Godfrey Dummy. 782,262. Adwa Bank.
700,000.
Hey, no, it's not 700,000. 8 million.
Oh, no. It's 1,000.
It's 1,000.
It's 1,000.
Oh, then his is smaller than how
it's the smallest, actually.
It's the smallest, but the figures are plenty.
The numbers are plenty, but it's the least figure.
Yeah, that's true.
700,000.
Oh, then
that's a plot of land at.
Then the AG no force.
As
if for look sharp.
No documents to support.
Yeah, but I thought that the Judicial Service and the AG's office were always the ones looking for documents before they went to court.
But
in this circumstance,
the AG and the CJ will be looking for the documents,
but they won't.
But the processing officers,
I see. Falsified stores receipt advices intended for misappropriation of public funds. Auditors uncovered transactions worth 9.4 million Ghana cedis supported by forged stores receipt advices that had been used to justify requests for payment for goods that were not delivered at the time. Hey, Charlie. So we are paying for what?
Take a report like this.
This is headache.
Just straight to court.
Who told you anybody will go to court? Nobody will go to court.
That's the part that leaves a lot of people.
See, so far, all the things that we have gone through, you can just put all the monies together and you ask yourself, should we be where we are? Should we be looking for money to do big push?
We should not be looking. The money is in people's houses, so under people's beds, in people's bank accounts. Because if you are ordering for what, SUVs or pickup vehicles to do border surveillance for election 2024, we had election 2024 without incidents. The vehicles have not been supplied, and the man who authorized the thing and did all the thing,
4.8 million.
He's still walking around. He's wearing
He's at a different ministry
some
now.
blue political suit and
As
feeling
head
too
of
besh.
Director of Finance.
I hear he's a vandal, crowd.
Oh.
Somebody told me he's a vandal. Yeah, he's a vandal. I don't know why he wanted to vandalize there.
Oh, no, but that one will be in defiance of the spirit of vandalism.
4.8 million Ghana cedis. Quite, Charlie. I now understand why many people want to work within the public space. Because if you come and take 4.8 million for Media General, you go.
And there were 6 vehicles.
You go straight to.
Oh. 6 vehicles.
Yeah, 6 vehicles that never
approximately
came.
800,000 or 900,000 per vehicle.
The vehicles never came.
How much
He
is
actually was the one who there was a
they
demand
asked for
his
interdiction and
So listen, what we're going through is a report which is currently before the Public Accounts Committee, reason for which they've been sitting. I think if we get to the Health Ministry, we understand that there's some 20 million for the construction of a hospital, where they are asking that the former minister and as well as the chair of the District Assembly's Common Fund, Nato Shiado, are all supposed to appear before the committee. I'm not sure if it's today, but all the details, all the happenings at Park, where you are hearing somebody say young man and all that, it is because of this report that we've been walking you through.
Look, Agenda 111.
the one that former President Akufo-Addo
the call should never have. The call should not come from him.
Instructing the current administration
it should not come from him. It's a good call, but he doesn't have the moral deputy to do that. No. Yeah, he should be 82 in peace and rest. He's now a canon. He's a pastor.
That same event, just before he made that request or directive or what?
No, he can't make directives now. Power now.
The Ochehene had lamented how there is not a single hospital in his area with a proper laboratory and CT scan and those things. And you are talking to a man. Please continue.
You know, when I heard Ochehene say that, and I'll come to this. Go back to it because you don't move too quickly. Stay on this. When I heard Ochehene say that, I cringed. How much did Ochehene get from the GNPC to celebrate his anniversary on the throne or a certain festival? Could that have bought a CT machine? We know the people in this country, Ibrahim Mohammed, Osei Kwame Despite, Moldan, who buy things for this country and they set up. How much did he get from GNPC? And not just GNPC, there were many others.
For the anniversary.
What did he think of buying a CT machine for his people? Under Nanado's reign, Nanado used to frequent home as a proud Achim man. Did he ever bother to ask him that? When Nanado went to the Volta region and then questions were asked of him to come and complete the, E-block, what did he tell the paramount chief? If he thinks that he should go and complete it. He's now asking for somebody to complete what he started. That's what I'm saying. It's a good call, but they ought to be careful. And Nanado, when the young people of this country were asking questions about the government and the delay in completing projects and how people were suffering, Ochehene came and said, those who are asking questions are actually children of villagers and witches and wizards. Maybe he has so soon forgotten because the tapes are there. The tapes are there. The tapes are there. Findings on claims, Agenda 111. The audit of Agenda 111 projects also revealed that a total of $7.9 million was paid to 35 contractors as advance mobilization under the program. But these contractors have either failed to mobilize to site or the work done is not commensurate with the amount paid. The advance mobilization guarantees secured by the 35 contractors who received the 7.9 million have all expired. The Auditor General has subsequently issued notices of surcharge to the offending contractors. $7.9 million. Charlie, we will get headache if we continue. Let's move on. The minds, eh?
Yeah.
The minister said what?
Jobs will not be lost.
That's the assurance he's giving.
It's the assurance.
Is that the first time we are hearing of any assurance?
Well, there have been concerns by the workers. You know, when one person is leaving, another is supposed to be taking over. Job security is one thing, particularly for those who work there, that they will be on the lookout for. And so that assurance is needed for a lot of them. It is very important to ensure that what they will find food. Yes. You know, I have been doing some digging about the mining sector in the country, and you go to a mine site, for example, you find a lot of black people. I mean, our own people speaking their Twi and their Gan, and all those, you know, local languages or local dialects. So then you ask yourself the question: do we actually need a white man to be able to mine our gold, our bauxite, our diamond, and whatever, aluminium, whatever it is? Do we need a white man? Because we've been using the white man for all these years. In all fairness, the position of the current administration is that, look, they are going to look to local ownership, Ghanaian ownership of mines going forward, and they are going to start with Daman, and there have been bids that have been put in by
a couple of contractors, and entities.
Different groupings, and they are seeking to make this wholly Ghanaian owned, so that a lot of the profit margins will stay in the country, even as we're taking the royalties and all of that. It continues to remain in the country.
You know, I asked that question because His Royal Majesty Otto 482 has made the point that the government is making, that look, we should find our own people and give it to them. And he used a South African example to say that we always talk about South Africa, The South Africans are interested in giving the thing to their own people. Then I listened to the former Chief Justice of the Republic, Her Ladyship Sufaya Kufu, on an IEA platform. There was a press conference where she was talking about the fact that, look, why are we still talking about foreign participation when we have locals who can do the work? Then I look at what government is saying now, and even the ranking member on the Mines and the Energy Committee in Parliament, Honorable Amprechum, who is now saying that, look, government, they would make sure that government does the best so that the person who is best qualified is the one who is given the opportunity to mine our gold for us. Because all we've been doing all these years is just to find the white man to say, oh, there's gold here, come and mine it for us. And then when they finish,
give us a
10% or 15%.
It's about royalties
and all of that. So give us some. I remember at the time, if my history serves me right, when was it Goldfields or some one of the mines, we were looking at when we gave them this 30-year contract that is supposed to expire sometime next month, right? In fact, this month, not next month. There was some money, I think $3 million or so, that we sold it to them. They did not go out of this country, per the records that I know. They stayed in the country, continued to mine, used our own gold to fix their crane, finished, paid us off the $3 million, and continued to run. They did not go to look for help from anywhere. So it tells you that the thing is here. Now, if you go to Takwa, if you go to Duaprim, if you go to Daman, go to any of them, and I know that there are some also coming up in Bolgai and many other places, Cardinal and many other places. Who are the people who are doing the contracts there for Goldfields and Newmont and all of them? Who are the ones doing it? EMP and engineers and planners. They are the ones on the ground. In fact, the machines that you find in there, the dump trucks one which I'm told costs about $3 million. Excavators, some cost about $8 million. Whatever it is, they are doing tailings and all those things that are being done. They are machines that are owned by engineers and planners. And Goldfields is literally using them as contractors to be able to mine the gold and deal with the situation. So now the question to ask is, if we have Ghanaian people who are able to do this on contract basis for a client, right? Why don't we find local people and give it to them? So that at least we know that the money is not traveling out of this country, staying here, employing people. It's a very commonsensical question.
Yeah, and
if my mother sells kinky, and my auntie sells fried fish, and I have another neighbor that sells banku, and I want to eat carbohydrate, I want the money to stay at home, so I'll buy my mother's kinky. I want the money to stay at home, so I'll buy my auntie's fried fish. The woman's banku and tofu may be enticing, but I want the money to stay at home. That is what we have failed to do for a long period. And you see, this mining thing, I spoke to about 4 mining engineers. They said, Joe, the mining thing is capital intensive. If you don't have the money, don't venture. You will crash. And a very typical attitude of us Ghanaians. So there's an opportunity for general manager somewhere. Mawuena, Sixtus, Johnnie Hughes, Kuzo Tiani, DJ Phil, we all go and apply. But in our heart of hearts, we know that it is only one of us who is well placed and well qualified to do the work. Maybe Sixtus. But we will all go and put in a bid just in case for Inshallah and Takashi movement. And that is what has brought us here. So eventually we end up fighting among ourselves. Instead of, say, creating a consortium to handle our situation, we end up fighting among ourselves. And then the white man will come and take the thing kulem and start chopping. And then we start complaining. Have you been to a mine before, Mawuena?
I don't think.
When you enter a mine and you look at the precision and the discipline with which they do their stuff, how the roads are carved, how they dispose of waste, how they generate their own energy, sometimes their own water, how they manage the place, cleanliness, traffic control, safety, and security, blah, blah, blah.
It's a huge industry.
And then you look at the towns in which those mining communities are set up, and you ask yourself, why is it so different? Why don't we just give the towns to the mining companies to be able to administer for us?
Particularly if you go to the estates in which they
look, you will marvel. Where is it? Obuasi? Is it the Diaprim? Is it Takwa? Is it Damang? Where? So we are our own enemies. We are. And I'm happy that the ranking member of Parliament, ranking member of the Mines and Energy Committee in Parliament, is coming back to now talk, because yesterday I understand that they visited what do you call it? They visited the mine, yes, with the minister, etc. You see, his tone has changed from the initial press conference he held. The initial press conference was that no, we will not give it. It's the president's brother, blah blah blah. You see, the tone has now changed to we will look at who is best suited and best qualified to do it. I said, until you enter a mine, you will join the public conversation that, oh, it is president's brother, don't give it to his president's cousin, it is president's girlfriend, don't give. But when you enter the mine, in the same conversation around Zoom Lion, if you go and see what is being done, your conversation will change. If you see it,
as for Zoomline, I want to see it first.
No. You have to. I had a pushback about Jata Cement. I had a strong pushback about Jata Cement.
I want to,
and then the Parliamentary Select Committee was going there. So I think it was Sachet Mensabosu. I was in Parliament at the time. He saw me say, "Okra Okasadu Bra," and go. So we just went to Jata Cement. When I got there and I saw the volume of work, the number of people that were being employed, like the production where it's going to parts of West Africa, the vehicles are labeled Ivory Coast, labeled this, then I stood there, I said, we cannot go back on this. If Nigeria can support Dangote to do exceptionally well, we should support our own people to do well. Or we should. Absolutely. And
for the Minds conversation, I think as a country, a consensus has been reached that for the ones where agreements are coming to an end, let's look inward.
Yeah.
And so that's the way forward.
It makes a lot of sense to look inward.
We'll see how all of that. But the Zoom Lion conversation.
I'm just using. So I've used Ibrahim Mahama in Engineers and Planners. I've used Zoom Lion. You can even add Magdan. Look at the entrepreneurs and the volumes of people that are being employed. And look at I checked with a mining company about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Somebody's mining company's insurance
it's crazy
bill
money.
alone.
It's crazy money.
It's $9 million a year.
It's crazy money.
Insurance bill alone. Salary has all come up.
Yeah.
Now where do those monies go?
Depending on where. If
somebody is doing mining, and the person is paying $9 million a year in insurance, and then the person's salary or wage bill is over 100 million a year, or 200 million, 300 million a year. Somebody is getting about $18,000 a month to work as an engineer, but is an expert. When he collects the money, he takes it out there. But when your Ghana man who has the same qualification gets the money stays here.
You spend it.
He will spend the money here. Bill will get some to buy 3-piece. Yeah. Then we'll sack to Ado.
Right. Let's get into sports. Vileshen is here. We're hunting coaches.
Yeah.
Any headway in that respect?
No, we are still waiting for a decision to be made. The GFA president said in a week or two. So let this week pass, and then maybe by next week we'll know who the head coach will be.
Right, let me say a good morning to my friends at Star Oil as well this morning, who do a lot of the listening. Jonas and Hiaku, as well as the top echelons there this morning. It will pave way for us to do sports with Billy Shen, after which we're back with a big conversation. Stay with us.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. Now to our first story, the Ghana senior national team, the Black Stars, head into the 2026 FIFA World Cup under mounting pressure after slipping to 74th in the latest FIFA World Rankings. The two-place drop reflects a troubling run of form during the March international window, where the team struggled to find consistency and confidence. The following 3 sports reports has more. The new FIFA World Ranking has been released just before the start of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and Ghana have dropped 2 places to 74th due to back-to-back losses in their recent friendly matches. They lost by 5-1 against Austria in Vienna and lost by 2-1 against Germany in Stuttgart. That also means that Ghana still remains 14th placed in Africa, and also Ghana would enter the World Cup as the 4th least ranked team due to these particular rankings. And looking back at history, Ghana has seen their rankings drop significantly from the 2010 World Cup, because in the 2006 World Cup, before they entered the World Cup, they were 48th. In the 2010 World Cup, before they started that campaign, they were 32nd. In the 2014 World Cup, they had dropped slightly to 38th, and they had to wait all the way from 2014 to 2022, where they had dropped significantly to 61st, and then now the recent one, they are 74th. So as you can see, from 2010 up until 2026, Ghana has seen a significant decline in their world rankings. Now, looking at their opponent side, England still remains fourth heading into the competition. Croatia still remains 11th, and then Panama remains 33rd. And so a lot of work would be left for whoever takes over as the head coach of the Black Stars to do before the start of the 2026 World Cup.
Right, that was a report by 3 Sports. Now, the president of the Ghana Football Association, Kurt Okraku, has reaffirmed the association's commitment to appointing the right coach for the Ghana national football team, stating that the FA has a clear vision of the profile needed for the role. Speaking in an interview with 3 Sports, Okraku emphasized that the GFA has gained valuable insights from its time working with the former coach Otuado, which will guide their next decision.
The earlier we get a new man in place, the better for all of us, because the new man needs time to know the players, to start to engage the players, to warm up to the players. So, I mean, I'm sure that within 1 week, within 2 weeks, we should have a new man in place, and we should be ready for the next camp. This is Ghana, and it's a Ghanaian senior A national team, and it's a team that has qualified back-to-back to the World Cup. Every coach in this world will want to be part of this opportunity. There are thousands and millions of coaches working in the football space. Not many get a chance to coach at the World Cup, and therefore it's very normal. Maybe already we have about maybe 600, 800 applications. People want Ghana. Our job is to make sure that we are very clear on who we want and the kind of quality we want to bring in, knowing very well the kind of intangible assets we have in that changing room. So we are quite clear, and we will be meeting as an executive committee in the next few days, and we will accelerate the search for a new trainer for Ghana.
Right, that was Kurt Okraku, the president of the Ghana Football Association, speaking exclusively to 3 Sports. Still on the Black Stars, two-time AFCON winner Reverend Osei Kofi has admonished the current Black Stars team and threatened the team to put the country first ahead of the 2026 World Cup.
If it's a President Kufuor can say, Ghana is a gifted football country. I train footballers. Omo abanti se unya omo a betimi atete wo omo a. No na good footballers nti afrane no more border. Some do more border, add more border. And so they were the best coaches because the no and we projected a lot of coaches for this country, and then our professionals buy and so as a sikabem and so Niama and Koye. It is the duty of the coaches to make the players. And the pioneer was a players and almost more numerous from professional and amateur. They are two different things. Yeah, near amateurs and near wire home. But then as a professional or turn, and they are two different teams. Yeah, time and they won't even compare. But there was so much as you say, or Sadio for the entire Kuya Homa or Mano, or the BBC as Ghana first.
That was Reverend Osei Kofi, two-time AFCON winner. Let's do some more because the Speaker of Parliament, Honourable Agban Bagbin, has questioned the identity of the Black Stars after Ghana's defeat to Germany in a friendly tie on Monday. He labelled the team as unrecognizable after 2 successive defeats in matches international window. He made those comments while speaking at the launch of the 2026 Democracy Cup.
You also, or you are seeing what is happening to our national team. This cannot be Ghana. Dankwe, I lie. I don't lie before. This cannot be Ghana. I was actually surprised when I heard that the coach was asked. Yes, there are some mistakes he made. Being myself a football coach, I mean, you can't explain why left 1 minute you are making substitution.
That was Honorable Alban Babin, the Speaker of Parliament. Now, Hull United have officially confirmed their withdrawal from the Ghana Premier League. The club announced the decision on April 1st following an emergency board and management meeting, stating they will formally communicate their position to the Ghana Football Association. Hull United, who are competing in their debut top-flight season, have collected 30 points from 27 matches and sit in the bottom two, facing the threat of relegation with 7 games remaining. Club officials say their decision has been driven by growing frustration over the combination of disciplinary action and what they describe as unfavorable treatment throughout the campaign. Central to their concerns is a 3-match home ban imposed over a security incident earlier in the season at the Ahoy Sports Stadium. The club argued the timing of the ruling has severely affected their survival chances, with 20 of their 30 points having been secured at home. The sanction means Ahoy United would only play one of their remaining fixtures at their home ground, with 6 matches effectively away, even in instances where they are designated as the home side. Let's head to Europe now, where former Spurs boss Mauricio Pochettino has expressed deep affection for Tottenham, voicing confidence that the club would avoid Premier League relegation despite their current struggles. The current USC boss was heavily linked with a return before the appointment of De Zerbi, stated Spurs has what it takes to avoid the drop zone.
Of course, that's my wish, and I am sure they're going to stay up, with coach or without coach, because of the players, because I think Tottenham have unbelievable players, and then it's a club with the fans that are going to make everything to create that energy to win. And of course that is going to be tough because the synergy and the dynamics is difficult. But what I'm going to say is, with or without coach, I think it's have the capacity Tottenham to win, and I really believe in that. Of course, we are going to be here for full focus on the World Cup. But if you ask me about that club, it's a club that I really care, and for sure I really trust that it's going to stay in Premier League because they deserve to be in.
That was Mauricio Pochettino speaking there. Staying with Spurs, Neil Maupay has given fans an insightful preview of what to expect from new Tottenham Hotspur manager Roberto De Zerbi, drawing from their time together at Olympique Marseille. Maupay, who played under the Italian coach, describes De Zerbi as a tactician firmly devoted to an attacking style defined by bravery, precision and high intensity. Despite Tottenham's relegation concerns, with 8 matches left in the season, the former Brighton striker believes De Zerbi has what it takes to steer Spurs clear of the drop zone.
Yeah, I know him pretty well now, and I think he's a fantastic signing for Tottenham. He loves football. He's very, very into tactics, and all he's got in his life is football, really. So he lives football, he breathes football, and I think that can be really good. The only thing for me is there's only 7 or 8 games to go, and what he wants to do takes time, for the players to get used to it. So that'd be interesting, I guess. But if they can stay up, for me, it's a fantastic signing for Tottenham, yeah.
Let's finish the show with basketball. Victor Wembanyama scored a season-high 41 points as the San Antonio Spurs earned a 10th successive win by beating Golden State Warriors 127-113. The 22-year-old achieved his haul in just 29 minutes at the Chase Center in California and also finished with 18 rebounds. And also in the Eastern Conference, Boston tightened their grip on second place as Jaylen Brown registered a game-high 43 points in Celtics' 147-129 win in Miami. Tatum's triple-double of 25 points, 18 rebounds, and 11 assists helped Boston bounce back from defeat against the Atlanta Hawks. That's it for the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Shen. Do follow us on all social media platforms at 3sports for more updates on the Black Stars and the potential appointment as the head coach. And until then, have a great morning.
Easter with kids here and enjoy
Thursday today. Today the Holy Eucharist was set up. But let me tell you about something that's about to blow your mind. It's time to make taste of Malta Guinness. Packed with B vitamins, Malta Guinness is not like any other soft drink. It's a quality refreshment boosted with B vitamins and brewed with sorghum and malt. Charge forward towards your goals with each sip of the nourishing natural goodness. Now selling at a cool 12 Ghana cedis. Remember to always look out for the proudly made in Ghana symbol on every bottle or can of Malta Guinness that you buy. Malta Guinness, we move. We do know that choosing made in Ghana, Malta Guinness over imported ones from Nigeria means you are protecting local businesses, you are creating and saving jobs, you are supporting Ghanaian industry, you're also boosting economic growth, you're showing national pride, the ability to contact the production source if need arises. You know, Malta Guinness is made in Ghana by Ghanaians. It's for Ghanaians. Malta Guinness is proudly Ghanaian. In other words, it's lower in sugar, brewed for the Ghanaian taste buds. It has a taste suitable for Ghanaian taste buds. It comes in a sleek can of Jeje can. That's what we call it. Jeje can. Jeje can. It has the proudly made in Ghana symbol on the pack. It has the premium badge on the label. So there you have it. Special and specialized production just for you and yours. I want to take time to specially invite you to join us at the Burma Hall at the Burma Camp this morning at 11 a.m. Be seated by 10:30 a.m. because the Ghana Armed Forces has a special initiative for children with special needs. Starting a whole new project on that. Very intensive. Remember, we're in the month where autism is not just recognized, but is also appreciated. The persons on the spectrum, differently abled individuals, given all the needed care. And we need our men and women in uniform to have the right frame of mind to be able to protect us by sea, by land, by air. We have children at home who have challenges. We need to set them up properly. I understand it's also open to the general public when it's finally done. If you don't have cash, I'm sure you have materials to share. Iron rods, cement blocks, paint, and what have you, roofing sheets. It's going to be a special one, I tell you what. Let's meet at 11 a.m. at Burma Hall, Burma Camp, for a worthy cause. See ya. Now, we're talking about the employment of some teachers in a bit because we know that the Republic of Ghana needs teachers. There are teachers who are at home who have written their licensure exam who are looking forward to gaining employment within the public sector. We also do know that there are conversations around the BECE placement. We'll get into that conversation with Africa Education Watch with Mr. Kofi Asare in a bit. But first, we'll take a quick break. When we return from the break, there's more here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie Hughes, and my big question still remains. If the Honorable Abena Asare
Deputy Minister of Finance at some point, a Minister of State at the Finance Ministry at some point. And payments were made on behalf of the Ministry of Roads and Highways, as we saw around the public accounts table yesterday on live television and radio, without the permission of the said ministry. Should we not be swearing in Honorable Abinal Sasari to be answering questions as to how the payments were made, because we cannot find her boss, Mr. Ken Oforiatta, who is now in the US, making all frantic efforts to gain citizenship and to stay in the United States? Or, if Honorable Abinal Sasari cannot be sworn in, the MP for Karaga, Dr. Amin Adam, is still in Parliament. He was the Minister for Finance after Mr. Ken Oforiatta. Should not be finding him to swear him to answer questions. Or Dr. Stephen Amoa, who's MP for Insheso, he's also in Parliament. The answer that the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, per the Public Accounts Committee, is looking for outside the precincts of Parliament, I dare say boldly, is right there in Parliament under their very noses. So all this matra makwe on television, Ajana 1, Ajana 2, must stop. The answers we are looking for, the people who authorized the payments, and the payments that were made without the tacit approval of the Roads and Highways Ministry, did not happen under this administration. It happened under the previous administration, and the answers are in Parliament. Find the answers in Parliament for us. Honorable Samuel Atamils, good morning.
Accra, it's time! Celebrate Easter with Kitia and enjoy 25% off store-wide and up to 50% off selected items from Recruitment. Visit Kitia at Sprintex Road or follow at Kitia Ghana on Instagram.
Best in the morning. Sunrise 93.7. The best Sunrise morning.
Alone, we can only go so far. But when we move together, there's no limits to where we can go. Together, we move with joy. We move to our own beats. We move with the natural goodness of Malta Guinness. Feel good refreshment with vitamin B1, B2, B3, B5, and B6. Grab a bottle of Malta Guinness now and feel the vim. Malta Guinness, we move. Always check out for the made in Ghana symbol. This advert is FDA approved.
Greetings in the name of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, Jah Rastafari.
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, hairtical, Dungargan, Muafire, Rhythm, come forward. Atinga ya chika fankare, Azure ya chika fankare, Abama ta chika fankare.
3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome to the best mid-morning show in the capital and beyond. This is 3 Lounge with yours truly, your radio princess, AJ Akwako Sapon.
Love it. I love it. It's great.
Kickstart your week with Monday motivation. Shake up the Tuesday blues and get ready for midweek mania. Take a trip down memory lane on Throwback Thursday and wrap up the week with Funky Friday with myself and Helen Apia Ampufo. Plus, enjoy exciting celebrity interviews, insightful conversation, engaging discussions on topics that matter, and there's a boatload of fun and easy activations that reward and appreciate you, our loyal listener.
If you are listening, we're manifesting money into your pocket this morning.
Don't miss out on the excitement. Tune in to 3 Lounge every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. with AJ Akwako Sapon, only on 3FM 92.7.
It's my number one.
92.7 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Follow us on social media. Twitter at 3FM927. Facebook at 3FM927. And also on 3news.com.
The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Minutes after 8 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie. It's always a pleasure to serve you breakfast. A statement on a proposed College of Education in Jomoro Municipality. The Africa Education Watch had an opinion to share. We will connect with them in a bit, but just to share with you snippets of that proposal that the Africa Education Watch has put out there. And then we'll also explore the government announcement of trying to get some more teachers into the public sector employment and for the benefit of our children or for the benefit of our learners. Africa Education Watch observes or concern the government's decision to establish a College of Education in Jomoro Municipality. The decision appears strategically misaligned and lacks empirical justification given the following reasons. They say existing capacity at the local level. They also mention existing capacity in Western Region, national teacher education, excess capacity, graduate unemployment, abandoned and uncompleted projects. And those are among some of the reasoning that they assign to it. And they're calling on the Ministry of Education to reassess the justification for establishing a new College of Education in Jomoro Municipality and prioritize optimizing the capacity and resourcing of existing colleges of education, including removing admission quotas and also to expand intake where need is established. That's the Africa Education Watch's opinion, and they quote some figures as well. We'll get into the figures when we reach Kofi Asare on the phone line to try and understand why there's a pushback from them regarding the government's intention, or if you like, the proposal to have a college of education in Jomoro. That's a place close to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's own hometown. Samuel Nkrumah was member of parliament for Jomoro, for those who remember. And in fact, indeed, Jomoro is represented in parliament this day by a member of the NDC party, but they're asking questions. In fact, in terms of capacity that already exists in the Western region, they say there are already 4 colleges of education in the traditional Western region. And I'm sure you know that as of 2017, the Western North region was carved out of the Western region, which is part of the 6 new regions that were created to now bring the total administrative regions of the Republic of Ghana to 16. And he says that there are 4 colleges of education in the traditional Western region producing education graduates. In addition, the University of Cape Coast distance learning centers in the Western region are also producing graduate teachers for the basic schools. So he says, based on this fact, there should not be the intention to have a college of education in the Jomoro municipality. Goes on to say that, well, on the local level, Jomoro municipal borders Awin municipality, where Enche College of Education is one of the best in Ghana, which operates at a 30% below capacity due to admission gaps imposed by Ministry of Education in 2022. Those questions are being asked now. This was something that happened in 2022, but is now taking a biting effect in 2026. The Africa Education Watch also talks about the national teacher education excess capacity, where even with a 30% admission gaps imposed on the existing 46 public colleges of education, together with the University of Cape Coast, University of Education in Winneba, University of Ghana, and the University for Development Studies, public teacher education institutions are producing more than twice the number of teachers or the graduates that are required annually in Ghana, imposing a financial burden on the public purse. Talk about graduate unemployment, that over 60,000 licensed teachers have remained unemployed in Ghana since 2023, indicating a clear supply-demand imbalance. 60,000 since 2023. Establishing additional public college of education to produce more teacher graduates is therefore not labor market responsive, but adds to the graduate unemployment situation. The government is struggling to manage, according to the Africa Education Watch. And so while teacher education is important, the government must focus more on aligning teacher trainee output with national teacher demand. Also, they highlight abandoned and uncompleted projects since 2012. And it said that Ghana's College of Education landscape have accumulated a significant number of stalled academic and residential projects. Strategic investments should therefore prioritize completing existing infrastructure, strengthening faculty, enhancing teacher and learning resources. And based on these, they say there's also evidence in considering the Ghana's estimated 16 billion Ghana cedis annual education financing gap. The decision to establish a new College of Education in Jomoro municipality does not reflect prudent prioritization of scarce public resources, and they're calling on the Ministry of Education to reassess the justification for establishing a new College of Education in Jomoro municipality and prioritize optimizing the capacity and resourcing of existing colleges of education, including removing admission quotas to expand intake where need is established. And those are the reasoning behind the Africa Education Watch saying that, well, you cannot at this point highlight and be determined to set up a college of education in the Jomoro constituency. municipality, I should say, which encapsulates the constituency as well. I don't know what you think, but this is about education, and it's about our learners and our teachers. And we have a backlog of teachers at home presently. We'll try and speak to officialdom as well to ask them what the policy is. I mean, if our teachers are well qualified, they have written their licensure exam, they have passed every exam and assessment, should we be attempting to export them as we have done for health professionals as well in this country in the not so distant past? It's a question that's on my mind this morning. I'm sure that as a Rethinking Ghanaian, you're also thinking along those same lines to ask those same questions regarding the federance of our educational system. Now, the bigger conversation is this: how are we getting these teachers that are trained from all these institutions, and how is it benefiting us eventually as a country in terms of where we want to get to? We want to produce more, we want to industrialize. We don't want people just to learn principles and formula by rote, but to apply them also in terms of a common sense approach to life and living it. In terms of setting up machinery, for example, in terms of making our lives easier, do it yourself, in terms of entrepreneurship drive, in terms of creating jobs for people, in terms of making lives easier, our bridges, our foot bridges, vehicle bridges, ferries, and what have you. All these come to education being the bedrock, because if the education is warped or the foundation is shaky and feeble, we will have ourselves to blame in the future. Now, there's a report that Daniel Opoku, who's a senior labor correspondent, filed. I want you to take a listen, and then we'll get into a conversation with the Kofi Asari.
Acknowledged the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, acknowledged ongoing challenges with teacher recruitment gaps, which continue to affect effective education delivery across the country. Current figures indicate that more than 30,000 vacancies exist nationwide. In the 2026 budget, government has allocated over 39 billion cedis to the education sector, with a portion earmarked for teacher recruitment. Based on this, the minister confirmed that financial clearance has been granted for the recruitment of 7,000 teachers.
Trainee teachers from the 2022 to 2025 should feel easy to apply for this opportunity as we continue to work. At least on or before the 1st of July, the process should be over. They should be accepted on the GES system as teachers, accordingly recognized and posted, so that we'll be able to make justification for their salaries to be paid.
Haruna Idrisu further reiterated that the recruitment portal will officially open on April 10 and close on July 1, 2026.
The GES should issue guidelines to support the recruitment process. We do not want over-subscription as is anticipated, and therefore my request would be, when your portal gets to 10,000-12,000, close the portal, that other generation can follow the next opportunity that will follow, subject to approval from the Ministry of Finance. But make it competitive, decentralized, and into other areas.
Meanwhile, the public universities are also facing a shortage of lecturers. The Education Minister disclosed that financial clearance has been granted for the recruitment of 1,200 lecturers to address the situation.
Across the tertiary institutions, including our public universities, whether it's University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, or Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, or it's UHAS, we would allow, as the approval reflects, some recruitment of 1,200 faculty members, and that will be distributed in a communication that will be issued to them by the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. Students are to begin the process of making a determination of school choice, but that process is not to be completed until the results are finally announced and determined. So in the past, you had a situation where students determine and choose schools without knowing their aggregate level, and that affected the placement system. This time, we will give a mandatory period of 1 week after the results have been declared for students to confirm on the basis of their performance in the BECA what their first choices are. Government also recognizes that alumni play a significant role today in the survival and transformation of many of our schools across the country. Accordingly, a dedicated percentage will be given to alumni for purpose of placement in the revised CSP program. I pray that this will not be abused, just like the protocol is often abused. I'm aware that last year we got protocol requests as much as 60,000. Anybody in my shoes will struggle to honor those requests.
Yeah, you see. This
Morning
is on
92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
I know you love me and I love you too. AS, if I go back to JSS, I would have paid attention in class. If I go back, I wouldn't have looked.
It takes the learners and the educators to make school fun. Joining me on the phone line now is Ayikwe Adokwe Awule. He's the Vice President of the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Union. Also, Kofi Asari is the Executive Director at Africa Education World. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to the audience.
Great. Ayikwe, let me
And
begin.
Good morning to all your listeners.
Ayikwe, let me begin this conversation with you. You heard the Minister for Education talking about placements and selection, etc. What are your views on what the Minister said?
Thank you very much. I think if I heard it clearly, it's about the 7,000 teachers who will be recruited, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, first of all, let me emphasize that 7,000 is far below the expected number of teachers that are to be recruited to fill the vacancies that we have. But it is still good. 7,000 is okay. But I think Mr. Kofi Asari is there. He can give you the statistics and you realize that at the end of the day, the 7,000 is far below. Now, the other problem and the clarification that we will need from the ministry, it's about the backlog from the college education. Now, we have the 2024 graduates who have also done their national service and they are waiting. The same applies to, I think, even 2023, 2024. They have concluded with their national service. They are waiting. And 2025, they are now doing their national service. So that backlog is also there. But it wasn't clear. The minister emphasized that those from colleges of education and then the universities that also train teachers are all supposed to apply. Does it mean that the government policy that they trumpeted before the election and the policy that is already in place has changed? that now when you are out of the colleges of education, you are on your own, although you've been fed and you've been given allowance, but at the end of the day, you should go around and go and apply. If you are taking, so be it.
Is that the impression you get?
That is the impression. That is exactly. So we need a clarification from them so that we will know whether the backlog of over 40,000 that are there now will be given direct placement when they will be posted directly when they come out of the colleges of education, or there's a new policy. We need to be clear about that. Then the conversation can now go on so that we will know. We can just suppose this 7,000, whether they are going to the senior high school, the basic schools, or whatever, and know where we will really place in the argument, whether it is enough or it's not. But the 7,000 is inadequate.
Kofi, do you agree? Do you disagree? What's on your mind? Hello, Kofi Asari.
Well, good morning. I don't know how many minutes I have here, but let me just... Okay, so I think that we must have a conversation about equitable teacher deployment in this country. It is when that conversation is had that we begin to appreciate that the economics and equity of teacher deployment and the dynamics of today's economy, okay, brings in a paradigm shift from the era where college students expect that all of them will be posted after school. I think that era is far gone. We run an education system in Ghana where averagely we need 6,500 teachers every year to maintain the equilibrium.
Right.
Listen very well. As we speak, we have 15,000 more primary and KG teachers than we need. That is one. Every year, about 6,000 leave the service. So what you need is to provide that 6,000 replacement every year to maintain system equilibrium.
Where do they live and go?
Some retire, some will resign, but attrition is about 6,000.
Okay.
And so our problem is not about recruiting more teachers every year. Our problem is not about absorbing College of Education cadets because they are completed college and have a license. Our problem is first how to redistribute the 15,000 surplus teachers in KG and primary. Okay, redistribute them within the system, because even though we have surplus at the national level, if you go to the districts, we have deficits of about 30,000 classrooms without teachers. The meaning is that if we don't focus on the bigger element in the room, which is teacher redistribution, adding new numbers will be like the easy situation where you are just adding cost on inefficiencies. I take the northern region, and I won't talk about Greater Accra, because you see Greater Accra is the most urbanized, it's a player. Let's go to the northern region, perhaps the third or the fourth biggest city, Tamale. Northern region, the total number of teachers in northern region, Tamale alone, that area, the Tamale and Sanarigu, the Tamale proper alone, they control about 40% of the total number of teachers in the whole northern region. Meanwhile, those two towns host only 25% of the student population in northern region. In Tamale and Sanarigu alone, we have a surplus of about 1,000 teachers in primary, in KG and JHS. In Tamale and Sanarigu alone. When in the district from Ushegu to Trepone to Tolong, all the way to Zamskotale, we have deficit running to about 2,000. And so the reality is that the challenge is how to redistribute existing teachers who were posted in a system that had no equity sense. And that is leading to financial waste, because we are paying teachers who are in the wrong places and are not in the right places. So every year, we will not be able to recruit 15,000 graduates from colleges. Those days are far gone. That is the first thing I wanted to understand. Second thing is that today, the teacher is being recruited because he has a license or they have a license. It is not only college graduates who have licenses. Today, even KNUST, I'm saying even because they are not traditionally known to be an education, teacher education institution. Even KNUST is training teachers. UDS is training teachers. University of Ghana, they are training more teachers. So all our universities are training teachers. And if you add the total number of teachers being trained by the universities to the colleges, we are doing about 60K a year. That is about 4 times what we previously needed annually, and about 5 times what we will need today. So the days of if anybody tells you they will do automatic posting, it means that they don't understand the economic context. So that's the reality we are. That teacher deployment now has become competitive, and so we must break up for this regime. I mean, I'm talking about the regime of competitive teacher deployment, where Ghana will not just employ anybody because they are computer college, but Ghana will employ only the numbers that it needs. But most importantly, Ghana must focus on redistributing the 15,000 surplus so that some will go to subsequent catalysts because they are sitting in urban and peri-urban centers. That is where we are now.
Interesting. Now, are you going? This picture that Kofi paints for us, it means that then we don't have the teachers in the right quantities that we need them, and so then the teachers will be burdened in the classroom. Is that the reality on the ground? Aikwe? Hello, Nia Aikwe? Yes. Please work with me. Work with me. Did you hear my question, sir?
Please come again.
Okay, I need you to pay attention and work with me. We're working with airtime. Great. Now, I'm saying that Kofi paints a picture of an inadequate situation just like yours. And I'm saying that then that will mean that there'll be more learners than their educators, which also means that there'll be pressure on the teachers. And that could possibly make them cut corners and we will not be getting the best out of you. Is that the situation on the ground?
Yeah, that is exactly the situation on the ground, because at the end of the day, you visit some regions and then you realize that a whole school has one teacher or one teacher taking 2 classes at the same time. It is not a policy, just that the situation demands that a teacher should handle 2 or 3 classes at the same time. So it is actually a problem. So we need to look at it. That is the situation. And I think for over 2 years now, there have not been any serious recruitment. Definitely, we know there are some underhand recruitments here and there, and I think recently, those who went on steady leave with me came back and they've been posted, and now the 7,000 is also going to be posted. But as I said earlier, we need a clarity on this very thing. And my issue about the colleges of education, and definitely there's the need for all of us to sit down and then discuss this very matter. And it could be also due to political expediency, definitely, because they played politics with teacher training allowance, nursing training allowance, and at the end of the day, you are giving them allowances, you are feeding them, you are training them, and then they come out, and then now they are coming to compete with those who went to the various universities and trained themselves. Then why should you spend such huge sums of money giving them allowances? So let's be blunt and discuss this issue. Let's put those politics. Definitely the politicians will play politics with it. But at the end of the day, it is the taxpayers' money that is going down the drain. Though they are Ghanaians. But if we can train them and we cannot keep them and then we leave them, then at the end of the day, we need to look at that issue again.
I see. Kofi, now let's move on and talk about the government's intention to set up a college of education in Jomoro. You have raised concerns, at least 5 pointers, saying that, well, that is not a priority. What should the priority be then?
Well, quickly, Johnny, so before we end this teacher deployment issue, I want to say that if the ministry is committed to what the president said, that the 7,000 teachers will be posted to only classrooms that need them in these deprived areas. What will convince me that we want to do something different this year from what has always been done in the past is that the Minister for Education must publish the quotas that they are awarding to every district so that everybody will see that Tripoli has been giving 200 teachers. Bushegu has been giving 100 teachers. Then based on that, we'll go and monitor to see whether they have arrived and they are working there. That is what I want to say on the minister's position that the teachers will be taken to only schools where they are needed. Now, to the college issue, it dovetails into the point I just made. That Ghana at this point is producing 3 times more teachers than it needs. That is a fact. Okay. Now, number 2. In our 46 or 47 or so public colleges of education, you go there and there are more abandoned projects than completed projects. In many of them, there is no college of education without at least 2 or 3 abandoned projects in the past 10 years. Number 3, our college of education have admission quotas. In 2022-23, the Ministry of Education imposed admission quotas on all of them, 30%. So if NC College of Education was admitting 350, they are now doing about 250 or 280. So the meaning is that every college of education is operating at least at 30% under capacity. This is the baseline. A country producing 3 times more teachers than it needs, 1. 2, our colleges have more completed projects listed all over, 2, and then 3. Our colleges are running on admission quotas, limiting intake because government has reduced the number of people it pays allowances to, and etc. Within this context, the ministry decides to build another college again. And 4. Teachers who completed college in 2022-23 are still at home, waiting to be recruited. 23-24, they are home. 24-25, they are finished. So we are unable to absorb even half of those who are completing college. Okay. Now, within this background, the government wants to build a new college of education in the Jomoro district. A district that shares border with Awin. Awin owns one of the most reputable colleges, which is called NT College. NT shares border. Awin shares border with Jomoro. So our question is that, what is the justification for establishing a college in a district that shares border with another district college? And that's why are we even producing a chest to go? Why are we producing them to go? Because we already have 3 times our supply. And so are we giving them the project so that the product will be labor market relevant? Or we are just giving them the project because they want a college of education?
Well, the people in Jomoro would say that you are putting sand in their gari because as we will feel, if they also get one, that's good for them, no?
If they get one, to do what? The people will finish and they will still struggle, like the discussion I'm having with my colleague. They have one to do what? If there are 100 people who want to go to college in Jomoro, if you go to NC, some of the students at NC are from Jomoro. Has anyone been denied admission from NC college of education from Jomoro? No. If you want NC to take more, remove the admission cap. They can take 100 more students in a year. But the reality of the situation is that this is a political promise that was made during the campaign. It is not as though it's an education issue. It's not an education issue. So I think that, look, we need to come up to terms with certain things. There's one thing delivering a project and one thing delivering a project that will impact on the lives of the people of Jomoro. If I had the capacity to advise the Ministry of Education and the government of Ghana and the good people of Jomoro, and I have worked in both areas and I started telling very well, I would recommend that instead of building a college of education for Jomoro, where teachers will complete and stay for 4 years without a job, I would rather request that they build a polytechnic. Listen very, not a polytechnic, a polytechnic in Jomoro. There are about 10, 12 technical institutes between Agim all the way through, that is my all the way through Elembele to Jomoro. and then other border districts like Awin, Swaman, Awin, and all that, there are about 14 technical institutes within that enclave alone. If we are able to build a polytechnic after collapsing all our polytechnic universities, we still have polytechnic, so we don't have institutions directly doing middle-level manpower development in TVET, focusing on that alone. We don't have polytechnic. If we can build a polytechnic there, it will provide a tremendous opportunity for skills training and skills development in the heart of Jomo. And looking at the Jomo economy, I'm telling you that the benefits will be far more to Jomo and the surrounding district than having a college of education which will produce teachers to add to the surplus number of trainees, teacher graduates we have in Ghana who don't have jobs to do. I'm being honest. So maybe that conversation perhaps, we intend to write a proposal to the presidency.
Right.
That we suggest that this project be considered as a polytechnic, okay, for the people of Jomo, and to add more economic value to their life than a college of education.
I see.
If they want to get more space to enter college, NC is just a district away. They can remove the admission quota on NC, allow NC to admit 350, and then everybody will have access. If there's somebody who has access to college education in Domoro, they can have access to NC.
Right.
I think this can be done. So we will do the proposal and submit it to the government. If they listen, that's fine. If they don't, that's fine.
I hear you. Ayikwe, what's your view on this as well? Should the government go ahead and set up this college of education, or should they convert it into a polytechnic or technical university, as Kofi Asare has said? Or what do you think the government should do?
Thank you very much. I think the discussion that we've just had and from my senior brother, it is clear that we don't need a college of education again. We don't need that one again. Even there are about 46 that is being handled now. Go there and go and look at infrastructure. Some of them, the infrastructure is far below even that of a senior high school. But it is a college of education. They are regarded as a tertiary institution, and they are churning out a lot of teachers. And they've not been posted. So why establish more colleges of education? So I think I will 100% back my brother. And then I think whatever he does will support it 100%.
Is that to say, Nyayikwe, that the government or the ministry did not have a stakeholder engagement with you and other stakeholders before announcing this initiative?
We have not had any discussion on that, and definitely it is not within their right to even have a discussion with that. It is not. They may decide to have a discussion with us on this matter or not, but I don't think it is needed now. Maybe it is due to pressure from the people there, and maybe during the campaign, maybe he promised them that when I become the president, I will do it for you. But let's be real. Let's look into the reality now, and I think we should take the advice that is coming from my brother.
Kofi, now, where do we go from here? How soon should we expect this proposal from you to government? Because it does appear that there's been some euphoria in the Jomoro municipality regarding the announcement to have a teacher training college there, or a college of education there. And you are saying, well, it's not priority. We should convert it into something else. How soon should we expect this proposal from you to government so that government may consider this?
Yesterday I put together a team to start working on the proposal. So immediately after I will submit the proposal to the minister. Let me indicate that yes, it is good for development projects to come to communities. Yes, when our local people make demands, we must listen. But as experts, in human capital development, we must also guide them in listening to ensure that the project we deliver actually provides good value for money and sustainable livelihood for the people. All the people want there is development, is human capital development. And I believe that having alternative suggestions about how to better enhance the human capital through skills development. You see, the whole area, the only technical university there is in Takwadi. And Takwadi University, Technical University is one of the biggest technical universities in terms of numbers. It is virtually cooked. And so If we have a polytechnic, not a technical university, but a polytechnic, doing HND programs, practical, much more industrial-related programs in Jomoro, or from Enzima East all the way to Jomoro, all the technical institutes, including Kikam, all the technical institutes in about 9 districts, will now not have to put pressure to go and do HND programs or pre-tertiary programs, in Takwadi Technical University.
Right.
It will come to that polytechnic. So when the proposal is ready, we'll send a copy, have a conversation on media general platforms as well. But I just to say that, yes, you see, it's not everything that the ministry will consult us. They don't have, it's not a right, it's not a requirement that they are consult everybody on the institution. Okay, but where they don't consult, and we are informed, we heard about it on the media. When we are informed, we will also make a suggestion. And so it is not a rule that every.
Great. I think your point is made, Kofi. Thank you. Now, in wrapping up this conversation, Ikwe, let me ask you this before I let you go. The Ghana Armed Forces this morning is launching an initiative to zoom into education for special needs people, particularly children living on the autism spectrum. You are the Vice President of the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Union. What are your views about what the Ghana Armed Forces wants to do beginning today?
I think it is something that is very much laudable. I think there was a policy of inclusive education where the schools should be safe schools, so there is already a policy on it, how those with disability, those who are challenged, and even those who are capable will all be within one school environment and everybody will see themselves as one. So I think this initiative is putting that policy into action, and it is very much laudable. I think we will go and support them in this very aspect.
Thank you. Kofi, what are your thoughts? Hello, Kofi Asare, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. A lot of it depends on how implementation is done. A lot of these things depend on how implementation is done, but largely, yeah.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the
Unfortunately, we lost Kofi Asare there as well, and Nia Ikwe, but we've been speaking to the two gentlemen relative to an announcement by the Education Minister of some 7,000 teachers to be enrolled onto the state employment. And, well, they say the numbers are inadequate, and that's the intended College of Education to set up in Jomoro is a misplaced priority. Should actually be a technical university so that the people could benefit some more. Now, Kofi Asare is Executive Director of the Africa Education Watch, and Ni Aikwe Adokwe Awule is the Vice President of the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Union. It's some 12 minutes after 9 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 W. Abankom of the Ghana Military Police, good morning to you. And all my friends at Bema Camp, good morning to you. And we'll be at Bema Hall this morning at 11 a.m. For the all-important program. We'll take a quick break. When we return from this break, there's more here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
for these days will be accompanied by smooth saxophone music. Join us on Easter Monday for the biggest pool party. Enjoy live mixes from 3FM's DJ Abiam while you take advantage of discounts on selected menu items. The kids will not be left out. They will enjoy face painting, cotton candy, popcorn, ice cream, and the bouncy castle. Make this Easter a complete getaway with our special room packages and relaxing spa offers available throughout this Easter weekend. For reservations, please call 0540-125-555 or 0540-125-554. Petroleum Valley Resort. Live life.
Accra, it's time! Celebrate Easter with Kitia and enjoy 25% off store-wide and up to 50% off selected items from April 1. Visit Kitia at Sprintex Road or follow at Kitia Ghana on Instagram.
Greetings of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I,
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, heatical, Don Gargan, Mawuena. Come forward.
Atinga ya chika fankare, Azure ya chika fankare, Abama ta chika fankare.
3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome to the best mid-morning show in the capital and beyond. This is 3 Lounge with yours truly, your radio princess, AJ Akwako Sapon.
Love it. I love it. It's great.
Kickstart your week with Monday motivation. Shake off the Tuesday blues and get ready for midweek mania. Take a trip down memory lane on Throwback Thursday and wrap up the week with Funky Friday with myself and Helen Appiah Ampufo. Plus, enjoy exciting celebrity interviews, insightful conversation, engaging discussions on topics that matter, and there's a boatload of fun and easy activations that reward and appreciate you, our loyal listener.
If you are listening, we're manifesting money into your pocket this morning.
Don't miss out on the excitement. Tune in to 3 Lounge every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. with AJ Akwako Sapon only on 3FM 92.7.
It's my number one.
92.7 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
News Center newspaper yesterday, the President John Dramani Mahama hinted of a fuel price relief. Crude oil has hit $119 per barrel. Pump prices skyrocket. We know that as of 1st April, prices had been increased at the pumps, which leads us to ask the question, are transport fares going up? We know that the fuel price surge at the pumps have also hit us so hard because we know domestically the impact is already being felt. Data from the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, for example, reveal that fuel prices have gone up. Diesel and petrol.
government has signaled a possible fuel levy relief, because that's been the call on the side of the minority that, well, the 1 cedi on every liter should become a thing of the past to cushion the people. Questions have been asked as to how the energy sector will be funded if that tax is taking off. But there's also conversation about a heavy tax component in fuel pricing. The president has said something will be done about it. At the heart of it is also the rising cost of living for consumers of fuel, those who join the regular Trotskys and taxis. Talk about inflation and economic pressures that have dropped, but because of this, all thanks to Donald Trump, looking for fight where there's no fight, we now all have to bear the brunt. Policy trade-offs, global response and demand, energy security now a national priority. We're told we have some fuel there in stock for us for about 5 weeks.
Thank you so much.
What does the GPRTU? When I was growing up, there's a man called Uncle Victor. He used to call it Jiprutu of Tuk. GPRTU of TUC. It's not Jiprutu of Tuk. Mr. Samuel Amwa works with the GPRTU and he joins us on the phone line. Mr. Amwa, good morning to you. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Your line, you would have to move away from the trotro.
Okay, so let me just...
Yes, please move away from the
let me position myself. Hear me now.
It's still not too
Is
clear.
it better?
It's breaking. It's better. It's better than before.
Better. All right, sure.
Are fuel prices going up? Yes, but our transport price is going to go up. You tell me.
Thank you very much for having me.
The line is not clear. I'm sorry about that.
Line is not clear.
Yes, it's not. It's not. Let's try and call you back. Let's call you back, please. Let's call you back.
Yes,
Great.
I want to...
So please call him back. Let's try and find him back on the phone line. Some 24 minutes after 9 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. New fuel prices, we know petrol is selling at 15 cedis, 19 pesos. Diesel is selling at 17 cedis, 85 pesos. It comes with a photo of the NPA boss, Godwin Eduji Tamakolo Esquire, with John Jenapo, PhD. Two men running our energy sector. Also, there's John in there as well as Edward Bauer.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
Bassa, bassa, bassa. Afri song, mani me song. Saruma ye ye ye, saruma ye ye ye, saruma ye.
If you're wondering why the fuel prices have gone up, the adjustments follow a revision of the price floor by the National Petroleum Authority, which raised petrol from 11 cedis 57 pesos to 13 cedis 30 pesos, and diesel from 14 cedis 35 pesos to 17 cedis 10 pesos in just 2 weeks. We also know that this affects consumers because the implications are far-reaching. Transport operators have hinted that transport fares may go up. That's why we want to find out from the GPRTU. We'll work the phone lines. As soon as it's clear, good to go, we will fire up. But while we try to fix the phone lines on the GPRTU conversation,
You know the shame, plenty husband is too much. A plenty preference.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
If you marry a taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry a taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry a motor driver, I don't care. If you marry a motor driver, I
Kwame Ejapong is the PRO of the National Association of Packaged Water Producers. Kwame, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
We woke up this morning to read from you that there's a possibility of the sachet water that, as they say on the street, when they take hold body, will also go up in terms of their prices. Why?
Well, I thought it was expected, rather.
When we have inflation dropping to less than 4%, we have exchange rates when we have lending rates at the banks. And why are you going to do that to us? Why? You tell us why.
Well, the reason is simple. You have seen that the pumps are registering. I'm talking about fuel going as high as almost 18 cedis
right.
At the pumps, and petrol as well. You have seen that there's a war raging in the Middle East, particularly in Iran, and then around Iran, Kuwait, and all its neighbors. The materials that we use for our water production, the plastics, they are all petroleum based, and our producers are finding it difficult to get the materials because the oil is in very short supply. So we are not getting those we buy the materials from are not getting their supplies. In fact, some of the suppliers to our region here have declared force majeure. So some of them have cancelled their contracts. So the suppliers are very limited. Those that are coming in, the prices have, gone high, skyrocketed. And therefore, if we want to stay in business, we have no option than to increase the price as well, because they have charges almost, in some cases, they are almost double.
Okay.
So we have no option than also to, increase our prices. Basically, these are the issues that have forced us. So
I understand that the new prices as follows: X factory prices will be 8 cedis per bag of 500 ml times 30 liters. We'll buy that in the truck for 10 cedis per bag. Maximum retail price should be 15 cedis per bag. Is it not?
Let me explain that.
Yeah,
let me explain that.
Mm-hmm.
The factory price means when you drive or you walk to any of the factories and you want to buy a bag of 30 sachets, you pay 8 cedis for one bag. If we put it in the truck and send it to your outfit or your home or wherever, you pay 10 cedis. But depending on where the store is or where we send it to you, some people are selling in kiosks, some are selling in ordinary shops, some are selling in supermarkets, some are selling in malls. Depending on where the person is selling it, the person's overhead may be higher. So if the person is selling in the kiosk, the overhead may not be as high as the person selling in a mall, where the rent and everything, the labor that the person will be incurring will be far higher. So the person may add, say, 1 cedi and sell it at, say, 11 cedis. Some may sell it, say, 12 cedis. So that may explain why we've given an upper limit of up to 15 cedis. Then one of the reasons...
But you are complaining about prices going up to double on what you need to produce the water. 15 cedis is more of a double of 8 cedis. That's the X factory.
Yeah, that is what
price.
I'm trying to explain. So
I get your understanding, but I'm saying that if you are selling it at the factory for the retailer at 8 cedis, the wholesale price, if you will, and the person has a limit to sell it up to 15 cedis depending on where they are retailing it from.
Hold your breath a little.
Allow me to ask my question, please. You don't dictate how I ask my questions, please. You have the answers. Now I'm saying that X factory price is 8 cedis per bag. That is if I come to the factory to come and buy. Is that correct? If now somebody is a retailer and puts it in a truck and is roaming around like we see in Aboboya and all of that, that will sell at 10 cedis. And then you say there's a maximum retail price of 15 cedis. That's almost a double of the 8 cedis. And you say that's the maximum based on where they are selling it from. And I'm asking you are just complaining about double. Are you not also selling to us at double or encouraging people to sell to us at double? That's my question.
Okay. You ready for my answer?
I'm all ears, sir.
Okay. Okay. We are not saying that the water that anybody is selling should be sold at 15. That's not what we are saying. What we are saying is that the figures we have given, 8 and 10, I'm trying to explain that depending on where the shop is, the person can sell it for, say, 11 or, say, around, say, 12. While we are giving an upper limit of 15, it's that. For example, the war in the Middle East, nobody knows when it's coming to an end. But if the war were to come to an end even today, I listened to BBC. They were telling us that if the war were to come to an end today, and they gave an instance in Kuwait and United Arab Emirates, some of their facilities that have been bombed, it will take 4 years before they come to their normal production levels. 4 years. So we are likely to have the effect for a very long time. That is what BBC was reporting. So in taking things into consideration, we will have to live with some of the effects for a very long time. So we are saying that it is most likely that the effect might stay with us for a very long time. So in considering this, we should have an upper limit that in case that things go that long, we don't hope that we will go beyond 15. So in the unlikely effect that it goes that long, we don't hope to go beyond 15. That's why we are setting a recommended price of 15 cedis. We are not saying everybody should go and be selling. If somebody is selling a 10 and you say you want to sell a 15, your business will collapse because nobody will buy it. The fact that we are saying 15 doesn't mean that when you go you sell a 14, then everybody will jump to sell the 14. People are rational. Right. People are reasonable. So if you are selling it for 10, another person sells for 11, and you are all within the same space, the 11 will end up not selling. So we are hoping that if even in the event that the war stays on for a long time and you want to place it, you can migrate up to about 15. That is what we are saying.
Okay.
We are not saying sell 15. If you want to sell 15 and sell, your business will collapse.
Okay. Now, now presently, a sachet water sells for what, 50 pesos? Is that the case?
Yes.
How much is it then going to sell for now if the prices have shot up?
Those who are selling for 50 pesos, if you sell for 50 pesos currently, if you buy it for say 10 cedis and you retail it at 50 pesos, you are already collecting 15 cedis. So they have been collecting their 15 cedis for a long time, even when they were selling for 8 cedis. So there's room for them to play with, even with the current 50 pesos. There's room. They have been having enough room to play with. So if even they go to 12 cities or 10 cities or 11 cities, there's still room. So we don't expect that the 50 pesos will be increased. But if it happens that it increases to say 13, whatever, then we may have to call the people who chill it and who sell. We'll sit down with them. We have some communication with them, and then we all think of whether we'll go to 60 pesos or whatever. But for now, there's room for them to be able to make some margin.
And again, the conversation about our legal tender, the coins. Yeah, you and I know how traders reject flatly 20 pesos coins, 10 pesos coins, 5 pesos coin, and even a 1 peso coin. And that's what, in most cases, has been stated, some drivers and some mates going against what the GPRTU dictates to charge and round up figures, for fares. Is that not going to be a problem in this particular instance when people are rejecting 20 pesos, 10 pesos, 5 pesos?
Well, that will be up to the law enforcers. Bank of Ghana, we don't mint coins. We do not enforce those laws. It is the Bank of Ghana and the security agencies who have to make sure that legal tender is accepted. If it is not accepted, it is not the sachet water seller who has to go and enforce it. It is Bank of Ghana and the security agencies who have to enforce it. If they are not able to enforce it, it doesn't lie in our bosom and in our mouth to be able to enforce it. So that one, I think that question should be directed to Bank of Ghana and the security agencies. Sorry about that.
I thank you very much indeed for your time. Kwame Ejapon Intra is the PR of the National Association of Packaged Water Producers.
has been put on hold.
If you want to go wash, now what are you going to use? Toba fesebe, oh milo malo.
Yamu bebre your fu a yede ye to gu account to say me sell na me yede meto e say sell and then I think it's 15 plus and I'm got to fu me to 45 liters and then I'm almost 5 something. Oh, 500 cities, yeah, 5 something because me to and I think it's 15 points there. Oh, me to and I'm 5 something and you're fine. Obey you my pono go call you lodo a 100 cities the mine. It imagine say what to fu 40 liters. I would call Opon unya hwenye dey antu botom tie pa cho aba no nya bibi mfa man
enti eno sa na mo betulor FM ana
se de betulor FM se entulor FM no de mintumi nya dey enka ho asem because me mpani fo no me se na nim de ba sankomutuma ya kani beje pa because ye bre ubaya juma pon na diska nyina to fu unya wan siri kra nya dey enfa nto no me to me guess bebre ama me
enye ye ho na ube fa dia shall girls so
enu de emom ba aja de obia ya odididi hu na wose unya so hu wanya sori nko ade ochopon ni obi botom semika enye se me mpranfo
Wait, Johnnie, so let's speak to this man also. Pacho, have you heard about the fuel price increment when you went to the fuel pumps? Did you experience the same thing?
And fuel price, omuba betum ni yanti nkambia, but I think that was Tuesday, and who said fuel price on cost Roma tomato once. It's a bonus and a how crabba. By any time him say every US photo konhuna omuyano and eba in na basa and secondly so and can say you to lorry fare him, but yam penny for no so enyan cafe into you to me for your pet and fun to by a train and penny for back canoe and na yabedi so at the year juma.
Now see I take your fuel prices so you anticipate lorry fare so
that fuel price in this I say a buffer no obeka ya tete so yeah that was last year says that by price in this last year and yet full price no so once and since then na after na yeah say bia ya be na say ya bibi and the spare parts no so na cost almost instead of say almost so man almost after no almost tum o kona so okoto ebia okoto voxi hunyama obekọ no excavator nema na atiso yentu mi koto excavator nema for embe flexible voxi and almost so match so obekọ no na excavator nema no match so
and it means that yet if you on so crowd mu on nema fufra mo chance mo that lorry fare nim
dem din na ya kabum nin na ya kabum edit so and I say editum there be say bakuba from ma ye hwe dodo na aba from no and edit so na ya san hwe dodo na akosoro no na de atum by say o hwe fuel say na akosoro na automatically say etum
and na uto obi no amo dem out saying
and then me nyan koto da but me to endra Wednesday and me furu Kumasi Bakra na me car tank no the half na gauge need a half but could you believe say me to 525 cedis and san yama at the half tank that imagine say at that low tank. Let's imagine how I do metal.
First, Nanka better say answer when you're full.
Oh, first, me first say at that half tank and you say be matter be 300 cedis. Nah, yama. But I say half tank, but me to 525 cedis. I will go in. I will go to match oil be me to so I will just so. Aha.
Oh. You've been hearing some of these drivers they tell me that yes, they know fuel prices have increased. They are also looking forward to communication from the leadership of the unions on whether they should increase prices of transport fares or not. Pacha, also, we are driver. What's your petrol? Mutobi Adema saying, Ojene saying.
Pacha, Mitobi, mi frehano eko kumase, mi 50. Na Mitobi no, me kotono wo nkoko. Mito 6 million and shiti. Enti fu ene de slab ban say on sheso na on teso ma kakra na ya enso mrante a ye wa ye adwuma no yentimi nkobokro no enso kakra e benya ne ye yire ne ya na ase ne ye ma me munsu bedidi no on teso ne spare parts no even Blake band me koto me turn 3.5 plus the obeya jiska eno mane board yentimi nto kra fu ene boy den you see me fu ene the half tank some kind me say kwa this is almost 400 cities and so they make kumasi into Australia by say on shasono on domi mboa pa Australia.
So we have another driver also here. We'll get some of the passengers to also ask from them how they are also feeling about this. Pasha, also a driver.
But I'm a driver. Me ojinga from the DSP support. Mommy, to be honest, ya bre within the short time ya bre me sukran ke me to me su. First, me conquer Koram 2 for 4.5, 400. You say I'm 2 for 700 grana. Me 2 for 700 grana. And yama, Obako Babasna, Usikanina, I say I come Scanina 15 cities, 25 cities, any Skakambotum, and a Shambutum, Mihodia Mania. Sabinka, everything is there. Gozon Commotion, Commedia, or increasing price as you penny for say. Nadia, a bayan or my friend.
It's more than to 2 mamma.
Yeah, 2 my uncle, because. Sabi aban we buy no o ma don't afford your money na here ekwa from so kwa boso kan ya no ma bi anko from it's a break bands first na turn by 100 cities you say 200 cities any more dey kwa e kire dey buy and sana dey obe fix so here e tan so kwa ho ana ekwan ya fast kwa nko no so nje o mo say on be expressway service me to me in the expressway no e hu nya say enyina bypass o si no bypass kono ngo bypass ni bypass na no so mo hwe no mo complete ni nyina machine so ni nyina ya ba adwuma Ghana scan ya dey that's who be jat one of kwa ya odi asabi am say emwa any driver because driver say bro it's nkoko baby me ka una say me tire pa me ka say me nto tie because man to me bo asunsinya me fault e kwan ni nye obeko beba no o say ko workshop o ka nanim gigi anya bibia na akwa obebo ka una mane ka is express as over o to me no want to grab it to 100,000 and say na was answer fix it
mo kanyema we nyina bom asamo wo somo betu lawyer fan mu na asamo ntu
kanyema we nyina kra access kra na see afu ani titiri unu kra ambono ana awie mo.
So those are some views on the streets. Grace Hamoajiman there trying to find out from drivers. Mr. Amoa is joining us on the phone line. He's the General Secretary of the GPRTU. Sir, welcome back. These are views of your drivers. They are complaining bitterly about the price of fuel, the price of spare parts, and other conditions. Are they speaking the truth that you know?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Let me quickly correct the position. I am the Deputy National PRO.
Right.
I think if
Deputy
I overheard you,
National PRO, that's fine.
General Secretary.
Great. Deputy National PRO.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Deputy National PRO. Okay. Yeah, so, all right, so that's fine. Yes, I heard from the drivers, and we are also doing the same business. So I also share their concern. What they are saying is 100% right. They say all the components we are using has gone up. Spare parts has never been reduced, as a driver says. Likewise, insurance policies, the third-party premium has also been increased. Just last February, Sprinter buses, where the 23-seater passenger bus was paying, they were paying, I think, they were paying 933, and now it has been increased to 1,194. Likewise, the vehicle that takes 15 passengers, it was 837. Now they are paying 995. Taxis were paying 701. They are now paying 835. So all the insurance policies have gone up. Likewise, the DVLA charges has also gone up. So the only thing that we're relying on is the petroleum product, and where it is now, it's unbearable. We normally use, a percentage threshold before we come up with, calculation of our transport fare adjustment. During the middle price window, when the fuel price, the diesel hit around 14 cedis thereabout, and the petrol too was around 12 cedis thereabout, we were supposed to, come up with an increment. But we didn't do that because we knew very well that what we are seeing now is in the result of the war between Israel, America, and Iran. And we were hoping that maybe going forward, the discussion we have with the government, we were thinking that going forward, maybe something can be done so that during this recent price window, we will not see what we are seeing now. But here we are. Diesel is now over 17 cedis. Petrol is also now over 15 cedis. Now the drivers are mounting serious pressure on the leadership of GPRGO. So what we decided
so have you decided to increase fuel the transport fares?
Yes. Hopefully, what we are saying now is we are asking the government, to scrap some of the taxes that we are paying on the petroleum product to cushion us. All right. But should they fail to do that, then we will have no option.
Which taxes are these? Which taxes are you asking government to scrap? Can you name them?
Yeah, we are not specifying the taxes, but all we know is that government has about 13 taxes on the petroleum product.
Right.
Now we are not in a normal season. We are in a hardship era, and we know very well that when it happens like that, there are sacrifices that we all do. So government has to see to all these 13 taxes, any of them that we think he can sacrifice, so that the fuel price will come down for us. And then
sorry, Mr. Moa, sorry, you are asking for something. You need to know specifically what you're asking for. Every tax has a specific task, and I'm sure that you are very much aware of why the taxes were imposed, because you are major stakeholders. So if you're asking for a tax to be scrapped or some taxes to be scrapped, you should be very specific on the ones that you're asking to be scrapped. Then government can come to the table, and some of us can help with the advocacy. Yes?
Yes, we earlier mentioned, we know very well that when they brought this recent levy, 1 Ghana cedi, they explained to us, if you recall, we agitated, we complained that government should not even brought it, of which they explained to us that, it's because of the energy sector. They have to, get that money to, help sustain our electricity. That is why they brought that one. The reason why we say we don't want to be specific. Yes, if the government says, they can sacrifice the D-levy, is quite understandable. Then we also targeted a price stabilization and recovery levy. That levy itself, was brought just to, stabilize the petroleum product. Whenever prices of fuel goes high, at the outside world, then they use that money to cushion it. But we are not seeing that. So these are some of the taxes that we think that if the government can just take them off, just suspend it for some time. When the war comes down, then we know very well that the dollar rate is quite down. But if, had it not been this war, the fuel price wouldn't have gotten to where it is now. So when it happens that the war comes down and the fuel price comes down, they can bring it back. Else, we have no option than to increase it.
And so when is this increment going to happen, give or take, because the fuel prices have changed?
Yeah, we earlier gave government 48 hours, which is elapsing by the close of today. We had wanted to even meet the transport minister yesterday, but he couldn't come on because we learned that he's on a different mission, and that hopefully by today will be in office. We are waiting for his call to see if our plea has been accepted. Then whatever we hear from them is two things: either they will agree to reduce some of the taxes for us to see the reflection at the pump. If not so, the normal procedure that we normally use, by checking on the spare parts, the lubricant, the taxes, and the petroleum product, the percentage, you put them together, then we'll submit our report to, our proposal to the transport ministry. Then we'll negotiate. Then whatever percentage fair increment that we'll get, then we'll bring it out for our drivers and our clients.
By what percentage are you aiming at?
At the moment, we can't mention it now. The reason being that normally when we first come up with a percentage, sometimes some of the drivers, they capitalize on that, and before we realize, but because, it's not every percentage that we propose that when we go for negotiation, we get them. So we just want to, handle it ourselves go to the negotiation table with whatever percentage that we propose. At the close of the day, whatever percentage we agreed upon, we'll bring it out for everyone to hear.
Will this percentage that you are thinking in your head but don't want to say now be commensurate with the percentage of fuel prices increase?
I want you to come again. I didn't get that clear.
This percentage that you are thinking about but you cannot tell us, or which you know but you can't tell us now for obvious reasons, is it going to be matching along with the percentage of the fuel price increase that we've seen in the last few hours?
Yes, perfectly. It's not even only the percentage on the fuel product. We also consider spare parts, lubricants, and taxes as well.
Oh, but spare parts prices were told have been reduced, or
never. Let me correct that, or the benefit of your listeners. You see, there are also kind of spare parts dealers. They came out that some parts have been reduced. We met them. We have had a series of meetings with them. Their chairman, Mr. Henry Ochoy, is my good friend. Their PRO, Techiado, is my good friend. We meet all the time. There was a meeting with the trade ministry. We brought some list of parts that they have reduced, and our side was not found in them. We are using Sprinter buses. We are using the Toyota, the Nissan buses. Those are the vehicles that we use to run our businesses. We don't use Land Cruiser DA to do our business. We don't use Mercedes-Benz, SUVs and all that. We don't use them. So if you come up with a reduction of those parts and you don't reduce that of Sprinter and Toyota buses and Nissan buses, then it means you've done nothing. The explanation they gave us was that those parts that we are using, it's difficult for them to get. That is why they cannot be able to reduce those ones. So it's clear, they know it, that those parts have never been reduced.
I see. Well, I thank you very much indeed for your time, Mr. Samuel Amoah. He's the Deputy PR of the GPRTU of TUC. We're grateful that you could join us here this morning. Fuel prices up, pure water prices up, transport fares to go up. Big Ghana we day. Big Ghana we day. Yeah.
The pure water guy we spoke with. I was listening to him and I was, Charlie, it's so preposterous, so inconsiderate.
The guy said they are fighting. They can't find their polymers to buy. So, Charlie, you for pay.
Now of all times.
Yeah, you for pay. Meanwhile, Fela says water has no enemy.
Now of all times,
you for pay.
Now that we are fighting a war we are not supposed to be fighting, there's a time you say you want to increase.
Thanks to Donald Trump.
And you know that the moment you increase the wholesale price automatically.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he admits in that submission in response to one of your questions that the people were already overcharging.
That's right. They were benefiting
of water.
Yeah.
So he knew that, or they know that the retailers are overpricing the
thing. They've even set the maximum or ceiling price to almost a double of what the factory price is.
The factory price.
Because if you're asking people that they can sell up to 15 cedis and the factory price is 8 cedis, that's a double. Meanwhile, you are complaining about the double price in your production.
That was another reckless response he gave. He said some people can decide to sell it this, others can decide to sell it that.
Depending on where they are selling it.
There is no uniformity.
No, there's.
I can do whatever I like. I mean, how do you run the space like that?
And he was asking me to take my time. Me that I've been drinking water since morning, I should take my time. Yeah.
So inconsiderate.
I struggle to see how the price can increase. Maybe they are seeking to make a case for wholesalers. But for the 50 pesos sachet, I struggle to see how it can go up because people are refusing to
the previous 50 pesos price. It wasn't supposed to sell at 50 pesos.
Exactly. It's the point
it was supposed to sell lesser than 50 pesos.
It was 30 pesos, 40 pesos.
But people were not accepting the one peso coin, 5, so they rounded up. Pretty much like what trucker and taxi drivers do.
Yes. Now, if transport fares, as you were speaking to the deputy PR, are to go up, and it is 20 pesos, and the fare is supposed to be 9.5.
Yeah.
Or
9.3.
9.3. Also is 9.5.
9.5. Yeah. So
because they don't want.
So they are taking 2 pesos off
20 pesos.
20 pesos off every trip.
Yes.
That's money that they have not budgeted for, but they are chopping.
But they don't see anything wrong with it.
No.
When you go to the fuel computations, the margins and what have you, they are in pesos, 20, 10
So that's why
that is what the government collects, and it becomes huge money, and then they will use it.
So that's what I asked him.
You are collecting 20
more.
pesos of every trip.
Yeah.
Sometimes 40, because when you run it can be 9.10. Don't know it's 50 pesos. And in certain cases, now when they increase the transport fares, if it's 10%, they'll just automatically assume that it is 1 city.
Yeah. 1 city. And you know, the inability of the Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Police Service
to enforce
the actual prices. And you see, they have succeeded. Market women, pure water sellers, trotro drivers, trotro mates, taxi drivers, people who sell by the road, they have all succeeded in making sure that 20 pesos, 10 pesos, 5 pesos, 1 peso is off,
edged out of the system.
When you present it to them, they will tell you they won't accept it.
Someone was even telling me 50 pesos now is endangered.
Do you know that even the 2 CD note is off the market?
Yeah.
You will find 1 CD, you will find 5 CDs,
but
you will find 10 CDs, 20, 50, 100, 200. 2 CDs note, you will find it.
The note was deliberately phased out by the BOG. That I recall, because they said it was a celebratory notes in honor of Sachet, right? And so that was phased out. But the point you make about a lack of enforcement, you see, and people don't realize it has a direct bearing on the
but you see, when the
Bank
of Ghana says that, it also raises questions about the 5 CD notes. Have you noticed that there are 3 different strands of 5 CD notes?
So there was one
there's
which
a larger one.
There was one which was supposed to commemorate a certain celebration, which is supposed to have been faded out as well.
It's there.
I haven't observed that.
No,
there are three.
So there's one that is very big. There's one that is smaller than that, and so it's like small, smaller, smallest, or big, bigger, biggest, if you will. There are 3 notes.
Listeners should send me 5 CD notes. Let me compare.
There are 5 CDs on the market.
You see, this is exactly the same mentality that the truck drivers
and the pure water drivers.
I'm not saying they'll be sending 5 CDs from wherever. You just need the 3, and I'm saying the 3 when it comes, that's just 15.
No, but it's not just 3. I said they should send
in droves. In droves.
If they are sending in droves, that's a different conversation.
But you see, the ladies at the back were just talking about the 10 pesos and the 20 pesos. And my simple response was, if I buy something from you and you give me attitude over 20 pesos, it will shock you. I will walk away with both the item and the money. I'll vanish. But you see, it is not fair to me.
It's a serious.
I did not manufacture the money.
Yesterday I bought.
Somebody gave it to me. I took it. I'm relaying it to you to also onwardly
take it there too.
When we finish, let's talk about the food vendors.
Sunrise on 3
when you buy from them.
Best in the morning.
Only 1 CD. 1 CD are coming or mini 5 CDs or 5 CDs. And every time they are doing that one is a conversation for another day.
I've developed.
No, that one is a we'll tackle it.
So you know what happens? I think about, was it 2-3 weeks ago, I had 20 peso coins. In fact, I was doing some cleanup.
And you found,
I found plenty, so I gathered them. I went to a cocoa seller, and I said, "Oh, man, cocoa." But before she started scooping the thing, I showed her my money, and she said, "Wait, you mean to me?" So I left it. I did about 3 different spots. Now,
and they're all mint to minje.
Yes, but there's a friend of mine who sells fresh fruit juice. Educated. I gave her the money and she took it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I said, "Why did you take it?" She said, "Oh, it's not a problem. I'll just take it to the bank and go and give it to the bank."
I'm sure it's not because you are friends.
No. In fact, the third cocoa seller is also my friend. who was taking care of the thing for her mother.
What you should have done is you let them tie the cuckoo. You take it now.
That
you
is
bite
exactly
it.
what I would
Then
do.
You buy
then you say, "This is my money."
Oh,
Charlie.
but I mean to me now. Where pen am I? They'll say, "Oh, they're fuck or children now." They're baby say, "Oh,
children Anyway, but the enforcement has to happen.
It has to. Even if we have to send out a task force to arrest people, we should do that.
It has to happen.
We should do that.
Birthdays now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And a happy birthday to Blessing Bliss, the University of Ghana Law School. God bless you and enjoy the new age and the new season. This from your family and friends. Blessing Bliss. Happy birthday to you. Also a happy birthday to Fiona Aseye Quist. Fiona Aseye Quist of First Step International School. This from Tracy and Carl, Head of Corporate Affairs here at Media General. It's your birthday today, little Tracy. Fiona Aseye, happy birthday to you. And also to Dr. Nana Kwakum Hagan, plastic surgeon at the 37 Military Hospital. You are not just an incredible husband, my best friend. You are also the greatest hero our children could ever look up to. Thank you for filling our home and lives with so much love and laughter every single day. We love you more than words can say. We wish you good health, success, and long life. That's from your wife, Florence, and the children. They wish you a happy birthday, Dr. Nana Kwakum Hagan, plastic surgeon, 37 Military Hospital. It's your birthday as well. Happy birthday to you. Know that you are loved and cherished. My name is Johnnie Hughes. Tomorrow will be Good Friday. Today's Muddy Thursday. And Saturday will be Holy Saturday. We call it the Triduum Sacrum. 3 days heralding the grand celebration of Easter. That's the resurrection of Christ. I'm told this year Judas is increasing the denarius from 30 denarius to about 60 denarius. Fuel prices are going up. Pure water prices are going up. What else could not go up? We will tell you tomorrow. But stay with us on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie Hughes. On behalf of the team, have a good one.
It's now time for the news update with me, Christabel Success Trevor. The Executive Director of the Institute for Education Studies, Dr. Peter Anti, said the government's decision to overhaul the computer school selection placement system will ensure a smooth running of the system. The Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu, on Wednesday directed a review of the system process for BECE candidates, noting that students should not be required to complete their school selection without first knowing the examination aggregates. Educationist Dr. Peter Anti agrees with the directive.
bit of prettiness for delay. I'll urge you to vote for me to be in Big Mama's house from day one till the end. And to what? The finale, and after the finale.
Now, the Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana, PRETAG, says there are more than 30,000 cohorts of teachers waiting to be recruited. This follows the government's financial clearance for 7,000 teachers. First, take a listen to Education Minister Haruna Idrisu announcing the decision.
I love a very fine...
From our colleges of education and other institutions of higher learning that specializes in the development of teachers. I am happy to note and announce that the Ministry of Education has received clearance and approval from the Ministry of Finance for the recruitment of teachers across the country. We will be recruiting at least 7,000 teachers.
Haruna Idrisu's Education Ministry, his other Education Ministry. Now, take a listen to the Vice President of PRETAG, Adokwe Ayikwe Awule, speaking on Hot Edition.
If we have two cohorts, those who completed the 2024 National Service and that of 2025, they are more than 30,000 and they are still waiting. So we need further explanation from the minister so that we will know whether the 7,000 is supposed to be for those who went to the universities and other colleges and they've come out as graduates and they also did education, or it is for those who have gone to colleges of education and they've graduated. So far, we have 3 cohorts waiting. Now, the 7,000 again is very, very much insufficient.
Adokwe Ayikwe Awule is Vice President of PRETAG. That's it for the news update. I am Christabel. Success Trevor 3 Lounge is up next.
Accra, Ghana, Africa, and worldwide. Join us on Inspirational Gospel Mix this and every Sunday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m.